in 3, 2, 1, go. Hey there, Cypher. So as you can see right here, we are level 17. We just hit 17. We have 11,000 points to go for level 18. So let's think about getting those levels done. I'm thinking of probably getting at least 2 levels here prior to Lich. 18 is a very, very difficult level. 19 should be a much easier one overall to grab. So maybe we try Lich at level 19 here. Timoran, thank you very much for resubscribing there. Glad that you've been enjoying the show and hope you enjoy many more adventures of Dan and your shiny new orb. Thank you very much. Also, Red Wolf, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful weekend here. Check my tent count. 32 tents should be enough for Peninsula Power. Did we escape with the ruby yesterday? Yes, we got the ruby and turned it into the rod. We have not gone back to Earth Cave yet. That is going to be probably 2 levels, and then Earth Cave is my plan. I don't want to super overlevel prior to ordeals, because once I've got that Zeus Scarlet, things should get significantly faster for the level up process. So it would be pretty good to get that as early as possible. Hey there, Abigail. Dan walks slow. That's because he has 6 broken legs. Dan Elector, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful weekend here. We'll go ahead, kick off our Peninsula Power trip, looking for a good quantity of Zomboul. 2 might be a start. I mean, we need, like, at this point, 11 Zombouls for a level up. This is starting to get serious for what it takes to get one of these levels. Alright, this one's probably pretty tame, so I'm going to do the Harm 3, followed by a bunch of Harm 2s there. Then we'll Black Belt, Black Mage, and Fighter. Probably better than solo White Mage, I would guess. I think it'll go slightly faster for you, Wild Roger. That was a decent roll on that top Zomboul. Let's see what bottom Zomboul takes to knock out here. That was pretty good. Alright, so there's 2,100 experience points down. About 9,000 more to go at this level up. So much easier doing this than when we first started Peninsula Power back at, I think, level 7 was the first time we came out here. Let me tell you, it was a rough experience. Now that we got enough hit points to survive getting our ruses up, we got those Harm 3s to make the killing faster, and we even have a silver hammer for hammering trolls. Doesn't really particularly help hammering trolls, just a very, very slight improvement. Hey there, B Grand 3. Thank you very much for those good wishes, and hopefully we'll enjoy our leveling here. It's gonna be intense for a lot of the leveling. Actually, it'll be in the inns. Tents are mostly used in Peninsula Power, but I still assure you, we will have a good time doing it. Okay, Double Harm 3 probably gets a pretty good chunk of the Zomboul's health down. Might need some Harm 2s to clean them up, but that's not a big deal. We got enough of those to be safe, and then I can hammer the troll once he's the only target left on the screen. What is Dan's hit percentage now? 0. It remains forever terrible. Quick way to know what it is that I believe the White Mage has just 1% per level. Starting from the beginning, and definitely 1% per level up since you start the game. So for level 17, I'm going to guess we have 17% plus a 5% bonus from the Silver Hammer. Might only be 3%. It's not grim. It is beyond grim. Does Trill have an incredible headache? I mean, look at Dan hitting him about the head with this hammer. You'd have a headache after that as well. Alright, got 76 damage on him. Dan's accuracy, as you can see, still terrible. 95. Hey there, C::Black/. I will hopefully have a good level up here. We got a really tough one coming up. Level 18 is an IL level, which means our 3 best stats, S, V, and A, are all not guaranteed. I'm going to look for at least an S and a V. I don't think we want to bend and take a sail. So we're going to try and get a civil level up there, but it is clearly going to be rough. Luckily, level 19 after that's a guaranteed SIV, so you have just that 1 in 4 chance to nail the A, and then you're good. I'm still going to do the perfect S. I'm going to get perfect S even if I go for the Bane Sword strats. Because I'm definitely not going to Bane Sword everything in the game. Alright, we've got 5,000 XP to go. I think that was pretty good work for our first trip around there. Let's house up and get a couple more. So we need 5 more zombies. I don't think we want double troll. Double trouble, yes. Double troll, no. And Dan will wiggle for justice, freedom, and the Canarian way, because we have hopefully coming up a quad zombie fight. 2 zombies. Alright. It's okay. It's okay. Dan is used to disappointment. He is very experienced in disappointing people. Here's our harm 3. I'm going to play this the same way as we did last time. Take the double zombie fight, and then go for at least a triple after this. Triple zombie would be better than double zombie single troll, but I would take either. Because the difference between a zombie and a troll is really like an ogre's worth of experience. It's actually kind of small at the end of the day. Confirm, yeah, I need 3289. One more of those. Looks good. So we need a 3-pack. We don't want a 4-pack. Definitely don't want a solo. What is the goal level here? So I'd like to get 2 level ups, which is going for level 19 at Lich. We'll see how Lich does at 19. I think we could do him at 17. But it'll be way less scarier with some of the level ups taken care of. And it's only like 12 hit points or something for these 2 level ups, but we get some additional spell help. And I think that'll be nice. Alright, come on. 3-pack. I don't know if I should have taken the double zombie. Double zombie plus a couple of ogres would have been good enough. Would have been like 6 ogres in total. Can't take a 4-pack. Where's the 4-pack when you need them? They were here. That's where they were. They were here the entire time. Could you be required to go to the ice cave in the randomizer? Hopefully, yes. Those are very fun ones, but extremely, extremely rare. Come on, zombies, cooperate. All I need is some good, solid zombie killing here. There we go, 3-pack. That's perfect. It'll be like 200 experience points away, which is roughly 1 ogre worth of experience from our level up here. Dan just needs to survive this round, Dan. Oh boy, it's asking a lot. It's asking a lot. Hey, Miss Soap, what's our current level? It is currently level 17. We're getting set up to do a Bit of work to get level 18. We need both a strength and a vitality point to show up, which is going to be very tough. We'll do this one more time, and then we'll go to Lich at level 19. We got one Zombull down. Oh, this is so terrifying. So absolutely terrifying. 2, and got him. There is our Zombull collection done. Confirm what our XP required is. 139, so we can't even take a single ogre. Not even one on the way back here. Which is actually to our benefit, since we, for the most part, just want to get the minimum experience necessary to be able to pull this off. Would this run be possible without the ruse spell? Well, it would certainly take a lot longer. Imagine having to do weaker monsters for many, many more levels until you actually had the hit points to survive. Getting all those harm spells off on that type of grind. Because eventually you're going to get to the point where you could realistically say a White Mage could beat up some wizards. You could get Astos down. He doesn't do physical attacks all that often, so you still just have to mute him. But it would be tough. And you've got other options as well. You have the Fog spell, which reduces damage, even though it doesn't help you evade. You got Invis, which is a half strength ruse, so there's a couple of ways of doing it. That would be good enough to get it done, just way, way more painful. Hey there, Reg, welcome in. Have I ever had to go to the ice cave to get the boat? Yep. I may have told the story about the time. Possibly more than once. Where we had to go to the ice cave to get the Oxio, to get the boat out of the sea shrine. With no spells, 3 white mages and a thief. Because it took a while. It took a very long time. I think we've had, recently we had another one that was ice cave required. I think it was ice cave to the crystal to the boat. And that one. Alright, load up on those tents. And let's get our last little bits of experience here. So 139, I believe. Yeah, 139. That is 2 Kaizakus here. Let's grab those because they're a little bit faster than doing that many imps. 139 is like 23 imps worth of experience. It's gonna take you a while to get that. Kaizaku, on the other hand, are 10 imps each, so there'll be a pretty big chunk of the way here. Alright, there's 1 Kaizaku down. I'd love to get 1 more Kaizaku, but the problem is, of course, that you have 1 to 5 in this formation, so it's actually kind of tough getting a solo one here. I'm going to try some Sahags instead. We'll see if these guys run away very quickly or not. And I'm almost positive this is not more than 79 experience, so we'll find out if we're making a mistake here. I guess I could probably just check it, but let's find out for real. So if I was to look at the Sahag status block here. Oh, they're 30 points each, so I can only kill 2. Which means we need some Sahags to be cowardly. So they're actually not showing any signs of yet. Okay, now they're showing signs of being cowardly. I may have run too soon. Could maybe be scared off the other one and gotten the 60 XP. Let's try that with the Kaizakus, though. See if that works out. Kaizakus, I know, are pretty easy to spook at this level. I've been seeing them run away fairly regularly, so we're going to try and take 1 Kaizaku down and get the other 2 to scram, so that we don't overlevel ourselves. Alright, 1's gone. Now for a Kaizaku staring contest. I'm going to show him this hammer until he gets the idea. Hey there, not that Greg. War Mech is out of stock. It is a shame. CBFTW, our War Mech shortages have plagued our factories for weeks, but I assure you that one day the War Mech assembly line will be opened up again. I assume that'll be at the start of the stream tomorrow, 7 p.m. Pacific. So we're getting the Fear Spell at this point. It's pretty fast getting those guys to run. I haven't had a real problem with doing it yet. And it's only going to get easier to make monsters be panicked of you. Alright, so if we end up getting 3 imps killed off, then we'll go ahead and save our game again so that we are more easily able to take any impacts floating around. Got 2. So I need to get, I think, 7 more experience. That's 1 imp and 1 flea. Can I learn 4th tier magic? No. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd tier for the knights. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th tiers for the ninjas. So the ninja has a little bit of an advantage in terms of spell slots, plus the fact that black magic is much more accessible at lower tiers to the cross classes than white magic is. So like white magic, you lose out on all the harm spells, all the heal spells. There's a pretty decent number of things that are just not available to you. So I think that makes it difficult to really get as much value out of the knight as you do with the ninja. Alright, here we go. First try. First try. 293 SIL. Nope. We got the strength point we needed. We were just missing the vitality point, so do that 3 more times and you will guarantee yourself the 1 in 16 SIVL combination. Now, ideally, we're fully Savile, but asking for SA and V to all show up. So 1 in 64. You probably don't want to spend that much time for an agility point that may actually not be all that important. Agility is one of those things that there is a cap for its value in terms of the in-battle use of it. Out of battle for first strikes, it could probably go as high as it wants, and still has a little bit of incremental benefit each time. Hey there, Runic Magus. Welcome in, and hopefully you're having a wonderful weekend here as we get IL. Dan is already ill. He's just started this, and he has become violently sick. Nice, Reg. Daggerfall characters got a mithril broadsword, which, as we all know, cannot be equipped by Toulouse. I and L again. So we've got 2 ills and 1 sill so far. We'll keep going left side imps. I'm feeling good about left side. They've already given me a strength point. Clearly they care. They care about high quality level ups here. Dan missed the imp! Seriously, Dan? Is this really your life right now? Not even able to kill an imp at level 17. Like I said, Dan's accuracy, pretty terrible. Let's see what his level ups are like. I and L, also pretty terrible. 3 ills, 1 sill. Hey there, Melmon Dan, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful weekend here and ready to watch Dan hammer imps until our level ups happen, because that's what it's going to take to beat Chaos one day. Remember Daggerfall in the mid-90s? It was a pretty okay game when it came out, but the series didn't really take off until Morrowind. Elder Scrolls 3 is where I think it got actual widespread acclaim. Like Arena, Daggerfall, but Daggerfall is mostly known for being extremely buggy. Morrowind was also extremely buggy, but it was also extremely popular. And it just went up from there, with Oblivion and Skyrim both selling extremely well. Morrowind was peak Elder Scrolls. I don't know, I think that Skyrim may have been overall higher in popularity. It certainly has had a lot of longevity for re-releases. Dan is still ill. I definitely feel like after Morrowind, Oblivion didn't do as well. Like, in terms of popular reception. And in terms of, like, the amount of time after the game came out that it was still being talked about. But Skyrim really has probably had, at this point, a stronger peak than Morrowind ever did. Dan is ill. He really should go to a doctor about that. Daggerfall does have a very large map, most of which is completely empty or full of meaningless caves. I mean, even Morrowind had that problem to some extent, that the map was just ridiculously large compared to the amount of content in the game. But because it was at least handcrafted to some extent, like I think they did random generation and then approved a given version of a dungeon and stuck it in there. But it felt like it was not completely hours and hours of meaningless exploration. There's at least a bag of something at the bottom. Right, IL again? Yeah, if you've never played Daggerfall, the basic idea, because it's all procedurally generated on a very, very large map, is that you get extremely lost. You have no idea where you are or where you're going. But you run across some cave. And in the cave, which is approximately 1 billion rooms long, there is all sorts of miscellaneous bandits and other things that are kind of thrown together. And you just have fun murdering. And it's really the entire point of the adventure. And eventually you get bored and go back to town and discover that there's a quest that you need to do. But you probably shouldn't. You should just murder more bandits. Alright, we've been getting some bad level ups, so let's give this a little bit of pause to try to get to a new part of the R and G space and see if we get at least a better version of illness. This one is still ill. Still ill. I think that's 1 sill and 8 ills now. Below average luck on left side. I might have to go to the right hand side up if this keeps up. Dan is the dollar store version of Thor. That's high praise for the dollar store. Hey there, Overstorm. We're trying to get to level 19. 2 levels here. This one's the hard one. The next one's an easy one to get. Alright, S-I-L. 2 sills now. Have not even seen a whiff of a vitality point yet, but it will be coming. I am certain that Dan will be civil, if nothing else. What does the luck stat do in Final Fantasy 1? Well, the important thing for the luck stat for us is that it very, very slightly increases your chances of getting a first strike at the beginning of a battle. So that's handy to have. Can really swing encounters, all the random encounters that are out there if you have first strikes versus neutrals versus ambushes. And we're still. And for your level ups, of your 5 attribute scores, strength, agility, vitality, intelligence, luck, Some points at each level, depending on your character class, are guaranteed. So for example, level 18 White Mage, guaranteed intelligence point, which does nothing, guaranteed luck point, which doesn't do very much, and a 25% chance each of strength, agility, and vitality. Now we want to have perfect strength, so getting all 49 strength points for level ups. Love to do that for vitality as well, but I've given up, I think, 2 of them so far, because I couldn't get the level ups to land. We're absolutely trying to minimize how many vitality points we give up, and when we get agility, it's a bonus. IVL. Close. If we could just combine the Sills and the Ivils. Maybe be a little bit less vile and more civil. Dan will have some lives at that point. A nice overswarm. Hope you're having fun with that. Definitely a really good game to get into. Highly recommend it for the speedrun aspects to it. It's a really fun casual game as well. Alright, this one is Ivil. 2 Sills, 2 Ivils, and a whole lot of ill. We have yet to see a single agility point, which is kind of bizarre. Might have to try and do some pauses to get to new parts of the RNG table again. Elder Scrolls is the dollar store version of Virtual Highlight. Now that's a true statement. Completely true statement. They wish they were Virtual Highlight. Just like Dan wishes to get a good level up here. S-I-V-L. There we go. We are civil. We do not need to be savile. Civil is good enough for me here. Let's check in at the end. Level 18 is done. Now we have level 19, which guaranteed SIV. If I could get the agility point, I think I'd be happy. 1 in 4 chance. I don't think I need to push it for the full savile. And so, let's head back to Peninsula Power, this time looking for 12 Zombles or Trolls in total. Preferably Zombles. We get too many Trolls, then we'll have to do a 13th one. Someday, Ogres, you will get yours. No time to delay for those guys. If I need to get extra experience, like I'm like 500 or 600 points away, then Ogres is my best choice right now. Because they're very easy to kill with the White Mage being rused up. Dan. Just get away from the Geist. Just get away from the Geist. There you go. And now, let's get in to Zombles once more. Here we're just looking for the quad Zomble fight and some good ruses on top of that. I'll take a double Zomble troll. That's a reasonable-ish battle right now. It's like a little bit less than 3,000 experience, so like an Agama and a quarter. Oh, Dan, you were going to play this one tight. 29 hit points. See how we do. Let us see how we do here. Good, 182. Oh, very nice roll there. Save my harm 3s for later. Harm 2 should be good enough to take that Zomble, and let's get hammer time. So we got about an Agama and a quarter for this fight. We have in total 5 Agamas worth of experience to get, maybe just slightly more. 5 Agamas and an Ogre and like 6 Imps worth of XP for level 19. Did you miss a successful civil level up? You did, Beltazar. Now, I didn't hold out for the Savile. Like, that's a 1 in 64, wasn't worth it. Civil was a 1 in 16, so when we saw that happen, it's like, I'm taking it. We got it almost exactly 16 tries in, too, so it was pretty nice for that. 2 Sills, 2 Ivils, and a whole bunch of Ill. Didn't see a single agility point ever. Come on, Dan, you can finish this troll off. I know your accuracy is terrible, but it can't be this bad. Spoiler, it can be this bad. It can be this bad. There we go. Alright, so we got our Agama and a quarter there to get started. Yeah, more like an Agama and an eighth. May not be quite as good as advertised. 3 Cure 3 or 3 Harm 3 should be enough, so I can use all of these Cure 2s up. And be pretty okay. Yeah, we'll do that. So that was the first battle after power on here. Let's get the giant fight burned off. We could do giants. But as you saw from the troll fight, Dan's accuracy is abysmal. And so he'd be hammering those giants for a really, really long time to take one out. Oh yes, there's the good stuff. Quad Zombo of Dreams here. Now, unfortunately, Dan went last in that round, so he needs to go early here to get hopefully enough dodges in. They were able to survive this Zombo encounter. Looking good so far, and looking great. So, Harm 3 time. 3 Harm 3 should take the Zombos out. I got 1 Harm 1. If we're like 20 points short. But let's go. 60 the worst possible Harm 3 roll, 240. The best you can get there, 65 to 230 range, so pretty close to the 2 extreme ends of the spread. Bottom right hand Zombo definitely going down. We got 1, 2, 3, and let's see, can we get him? I think we have enough. Then we're actually a little bit short of guaranteed, but we got him. We got him anyway. A solid couple of Agamas right there. Let's go ahead, cure up, house up, and do some more. So 5,700 basically translates into 5 Zombles, or like 3 Zombles and 3 Trolls. So let's see what we have. We'll start with the triple Zomble here. Be 2 more Zombles after this, and you could start maybe making an argument that you could do Ogres once you're down to your last Zomble or 2. Each Zomble is about 5 Ogres worth of experience. And Ogres don't require as much setup. Well, they require some setup, but you can get a whole bunch in a row. Alright, we got some very nice rolls right there. But we have plenty of Harm 3s, so I'm thinking about just dropping a second one, rather than messing with the Harm 2s right now. Oh, damn. Taking a big one to the face there, and the Raging Borlita. Bringing the raid in. Raging Borlita, thank you very much for that. Hope you had a wonderful stream before this ends. Hope everybody coming in is ready to do some solo White Mage. Currently working on level 19 for poor old Dan. That should be good enough with that. Nice Raging Borlita. Glad to hear you had a good time there. And Jared T, welcome in. Thank you very much for the good wishes here. Level 19, I think we're going to be trying the Lich fight out at. That's this level up coming pretty soon here. Too many Zombles. Like to get 1 Zomble, I believe. No, we can get 2. 2 Zombles. I don't want to go over my experience total because we would have to take whatever level up we got, and that would be most unfortunate if we didn't get some good points. And how's the Lich fight going to play out? Well, we're going to hope that we don't get paralyzed. That's a big part of it. Problem of the Lich fight is that he's got a couple of things that are nasty. 75% chance of using spells, which off the bat means you probably don't need to put too much emphasis on physical attacks, even though his physical attack with stun touch is kind of mean. But spell order wise, he's got Ice 2. You're probably just gonna have to eat that. He's got Sleep 2, which is more or less a neutral round. He's gonna cast it, you're gonna wake up, so you both lose 1 turn. He's got Hold, which is paralysis. We're hoping that doesn't land. And then he's got Fire 2 and Lit 2. And Ice 2 plus Fire 2 plus Lit 2 might be enough to kill you. That would be certainly unpleasant. You're hoping he doesn't get around to all of those. But at the same time, he's got so many other things going on, it's tough to figure out the best way to go. Like, you could just go pure offense and say, we're going to cast a bunch of Harm 3s in his face, and we're going to see how long it takes him to die. That's basically what the Black Mage did. Black Mage had Fire 3, though, which does more damage, at least on average, and so didn't have as big of a problem with getting that to work. Hey, Tipo, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by and give us Zomble Scented Dreams. Also, NV7, thank you very much for resubscribing there. Glad that you've been enjoying the show and hope you enjoy many more such adventures of Dan, and, well, Dan in the future to come. I need like 1,200 experience right now. 1,500, yeah, so we're definitely doing a little bit of ogre time. And it's going to be 7 ogres once we have our spells all set up and ready to go. I'll take a couple of ogre battles and see if that is good enough to advance us along. We basically want to take this approach of, once again, getting as close as possible to level up, so that we can then go and grab easy fights that are very fast. Like if you take a 1 minute long fight there for your level up, then it's going to be 1 minute every time you want to try it, which is probably going to be a lot of tries in total. And so much slower than if you get a 30-second fight. And even better once we have the Zeus Gauntlet for more deals. Then we can do things really fast for trying those. Alright, now we got our ogre fights 3 in a row. We're looking for 7 total ogres. I don't know if I want to get the Groger quite yet. Groger at this point, it's been, I think, another 3 levels since we last tried him. Should be taking pretty good damage. So I think it could be reasonable, but it depends on how much XP we have to go. Because Groger plus 2 ogres is actually a pretty significant amount for my next level up here. Hey there, Greffery, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful weekend and ready to enjoy some solo White Mage. Getting crit through the ruses. Ruse ignores your evasion, or crits ignore your evasion from the ruse spell. Meaning that's basically the only way for him to get hit. There's a small chance, depending on what the monster's accuracy score is, that they can hit you around 2 ruses. But if you have enough agility points, then that problem is very much either negated or totally eliminated. It's one of the reasons why you actually do want to have agility and preference to luck for your level ups, just so that you have more in-battle dodge. That's probably an especially big thing on the thieves who do not have ruse or any way of killing monsters at the start of the game. But even for White Mage, it makes a difference. It means that later on, when you've got the defense sword, and since unlimited ruses are available then, that you will be only needing 2 instead of 3 rounds at the start of fights, so faster setups and less danger while getting set up and getting ready to go. Things like the Purple Worm battle, very, very scary with solo White Mage or solo Black Mage to be able to take out. I think solo White Mage is going to be slightly better though, because you'll have a few hundred extra hit points, so you probably can get pretty well protected by the time that the Purple Worms go to town on you. Hey there, RCD Mid. We are doing Lich right now, so I'm trying to get as close as I can to level 19 so that we're able to get at least a Savvy, if not Savile level up. And Ogre's like the biggest thing that would not put me over level 19 yet. I want to say we need 500 XP from this point to go, so like 2.5 more Ogres is the most I could take. So probably can't do the Groger fight. We got Groger double Ogre. Well, we could do that and then run away. But it'd be pretty tight. Hey there, Dynamo. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend here. Yeah, 718. Actually, we could probably do this. We end up getting the Groger double Ogre. I'll see what the exact amounts are. Alright. Of course we got it. $282, $390. This works. I think this puts us super close. And Ogres shouldn't run away, so we'll have plenty of time to get this done. I know Ogres are pretty easy to hammer at this point for the White Mage, but Groger is going to have significantly more defense and could cause us some problems. Hey there, Ski Twitch. The last Dan standing is indeed a Dan that you should feel is, well, Dan. He's mostly Dan. But he's done stuff. He is about to get his level 19 done and then see if he can take on Lich. Hey there, Sandman. Not just Ogre time, we're in triple Ogre time. It's our last big fight prior to level 19 being ready. Hope we did the math correctly on this. I don't want to go over and have to get those earlier Ogres again. This is 6 Ogres and a Groger from where we left Peninsula Power at. And I could have tried to get one more Zomble, but it's really difficult getting specific combinations of Zombles and Trolls there. Essentially, you need a 1 in 12 chance for a solo Zomble to show up. And that's a lot of retries on it. It's a little bit more flexible if you're like, alright, I could take 4 Zombles or 3 Zombles or 3 Zombles and a Troll. At least then you have like a 45% chance of any of those combinations happening. But specifically, like, single Zomble is really, really tough. Hey there, Straight Out Melmond, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful weekend here. And ready to watch Dan hit things about the head with a hammer. Because that he will definitely do a whole bunch. I don't think it's that long, RCT. Like, this is probably gonna be... Well, my original guess was 25 to 30 hours based on the Black Mage, but I'm gonna say maybe more like 35 to 40 hours based on our progress so far. Because I'm getting slower level ups, we haven't been able to keep ahead of the pace of the Black Mage. We started off faster, like we got Bicky killed much, much sooner. I think we got Aster's killed about the same time, but that's where it's really slowed down a bit. Since we are forced to do level ups, essentially trying out the imps for, on average, like probably 15 or 20 minutes per level up. That's more than the Black Mage took for that process. Okay, 46. I can either do 8 imps, or I can maybe get a Kaizoku, but only 1. I bet I could scare the other 3 Kaizokus off. There's 1 gone, 2 gone, 3 gone. They might be too scary now for Kaizokus. Too disturbing to see on TV. Then we got the level up. Strength, agility, intelligence, vitality. Really? Oh yeah, 60. Because I'm silly. I was thinking 30, but that's Sahag. Alright, so we have to do either 1 Sahag or a whole bunch of imps. And 1 Sahag by itself is really uncommon to see. They're harder to scare than the Kaizokus are. So let's do it this way. How do those things to emotes? Well, that is part of the channel point system. If you decide that you are not interested in making complaints about Melmont, adopting Agamas, or locating Wormex, there's a whole bunch of things you could do with just messing around with the emotes, including, if you're not subscribed, just unlocking an emote for a day, or creating customized versions of the emotes. There's not a lot of options you can do for customizations. It's like black and white, squish, rotate, sunglasses, thinking face, and stuff like that, but it's still interesting to play around with. Hey there, TB Silver Town. Are we prepping for the Earth Cave? Yes. The idea is level 19, I'm going to try Lich. So I need to get a Savvy level up here. I don't need to hold out for Savile, but SAVI I think is the minimum that I would take on this. And I'm probably not going to take a Civil, because it should be a 1 in 4 chance of getting Savvy. That's decent enough odds that I expect it to happen pretty quickly. Cinnamon 42, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful weekend here, and ready to watch a White Mage go nuts on some imps. Alright, we're getting pretty close at this point. Unless we get 2 imps running away. You're going to have a level up every single time you try, so let's start cracking on. Level 19 here. Again, this is going to be guaranteed SINV. So Savvy is my target. Savile would be ideal. And we get, first of all, SIVL. Not good enough. I will not be Civil for this one. Civil's usually a pretty good level up. Like if you need to get a S or a V forced, or sometimes both, then you definitely take a Civil. But considering S and V are both free, I think we can at least hold firm on the savviness. This time around, we are SIV. 1 Civil, 1 Civ. And 1 Tempest Demon Arashi. Thank you very much for subscribing there, Tempest Demon. Glad that you've been enjoying the show, and hope you enjoy the emotes and other fun stuff arriving shortly. Thanks again. Alright, this one is SIV again. 1 Civil, 2 Civs. Hey there, Horshanak, welcome in. You're just in time for our pre-lich level up grind here. We're trying to get a savvy level 19. And then we will head to the Earth Cave. And try and take on our first fiend. At 300 hit points, I feel like we're doing pretty good in terms of health for this. I don't know if it is enough, because certainly Lich is going to be dangerous, and even getting down to him. Dealing with the images, Spectergeist, Cockatrices. Wizards I don't really worry about all that much at this point, but the other ones are still pretty nasty. Let's see, we have S-I-V number 3. 3 civs, 1 civil. Nice Tempest Demon. I'm glad you got an emote that you like there. It's a lot of fun that I had to do the artwork for those. It's a very therapeutic process. Four civs, 1 civil. Civs should be expected to be about 4 times as common as getting any additional stats on there, so the math is checking out. Yes, run away, Imps, run away, behold my mighty hammer, and flee. This one is S-A-I-V. Alright, that's savvy enough to take. We're not going to go for the 1 in 16. I just don't think it's worth it. We have 99 heals, plenty of tents, and plenty of pure potions. Should be enough. To make it to the Earth Cave, let's go. Get in our lovely, economy-sized boat, and head over to give Lich his first visit. Now, I've got no idea where I want to go in on the encounter cycle for this. We're going to find out how it looks in there, because I kind of remember the other character classes generally going in pretty far into the encounter cycle to avoid the Spectergeist especially. And I worry that that is going to be somewhat problematic here, as that is going to take more tries with the White Mage that I might want to put into it. Tiger scoring some points. Good thing we don't have point tracking here. Imps would have a lot of points overall. Alright, while this is going, I'm pulling up my Earth Cave data here. So I gotta figure out an entry point. I mean, I know basically what I'd get for going in from the start, because that's what we had for the walk down. So let's at first see what's so bad about that. I think we get at least 1 wizard fight here. Again, the things I really worry about, things like Spectergeist, the paralysis is just devastatingly tough to deal with. Hey there, Thalfin, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful weekend here. And hope you're ready to enjoy. Dan versus Lich. We got it coming. To be fair, Dan probably deserves this. Any modifications to this? Nope, this is a regular old Final Fantasy cartridge on a mostly regular old Nintendo Entertainment System. I've got an NES top loader that is modified for better video output, but other than that, there is no functional differences for it. There's our arachnids out of the way. Arachnid corresponds to cockatrice down here, so you definitely don't want to take that fight on the 3rd floor. Unnecessary cockatrice exposure is to be avoided. Even though I think at these levels, Dan at least has a okayish chance of not getting stone touched every single attack. Just most of them. It's just the hardest way to play Final Fantasy. Well, you could be using a thief. There's always a thief to make it harder. But this is probably the 2nd hardest. And we've done Fighter, we've done Black Belt, we've done Red Mage, and we've done Black Mage. Of those, Fighter, Red Mage, Black Belt, all pretty easy. Black Mage, very hard. White Mage, seemingly harder. I'm not going to be definitive about whether Black Mage or White Mage is harder yet, till we see what the end game is like, but I am guessing that White Mage will be worse. Alright, image here is cockatrice downstairs. And the question is, do I take the super dangerous cockatrices or do I deal with these stun-touching images? Neither of which is a particularly good option. Alright, Dan's up to try again. Image versus Wizard. So basically I'm going to have to take Image, Cockatrice, Wizard downstairs in that order. I'm not going to see all of them, most likely. But still not looking forward to it. Let's see what we get. The alternative is to stay upstairs, do more images, which, again, very scary. But I think I'll pretty quickly have an opinion about whether I like images or cockatrices better. Guess healing doesn't make a difference against cockatrices. They're not going to do much damage, but they will do stone touch. That's pretty good. I will take a cockatrice fight like that. Now we have 1 or 2. We got 2 cockatrice fights, and we got ambushed. So that's pretty bad. Dan, get those dodges in. Nope, he's not naked enough to be safe. I didn't think that was a terrible path through there. Certainly the cockatrices are unpleasant. We're gonna give that like 2 more tries before I start doing the images to bypass that. Which will require that I take a couple wizard battles, most likely. Does White Mage have a better time with RNG and level ups? So White Mage has 5 more guaranteed points of strength than Vitality, I believe. Might be 5 strength and 6 Vitality. It's pretty good. White Mage has more strong level ups, so that actually makes it harder. Because you've got more times where you actually have to put hit points into the equation for the factors for it. Although, the end output is nice, which is more hit points. And White Mage also gets another 5 points of agility, so 5 more levels for that stat you don't need to worry about. So, yes, White Mage should have easier level ups, however, White Mage does not have an AoE attack until ordeals. So what is going to happen is that all these level ups here, Black Mage could just, first of all, grind monsters like Fire 3. And second, Black Mage could just get the level ups with Fire 3, which means 1 Black Mage turn to get a level up try. And White Mage is going to take 3 or 4 times as long until ordeals to make those level ups happen. So, yeah, Black Mage has got tougher percentages, but White Mage can do only a quarter as many tries in the same amount of time. So I think it kind of nets out. Where's the first ribbon in vanilla? Typically in the waterfall. Technically, you can do waterfall and sea shrine in any order, so Ribbons 1 and 2 are more or less at the same time. Getting hit is fine, as long as we don't get put to sleep or paralyzed or petrified. Most other outcomes are fine for me. Absolutely fine. And slight nice point, we should never get Death Touch, because by the time that we actually go to fight sorcerers, they should be so panicked that they run away almost every time, guaranteed. We did see, I think, one sorcerer stick around when I was doing the solo Black Mage in a fight. But it actually opens up a lot of routing possibilities since I don't have to worry about dodging around the sorcerer encounter. Very much helpful for getting the Mazmune in one go. These ambushes on the 4th floor, they are so terrible. At least we got one down. The plan to do Lich and then Ordeals right afterwards? Yes, basically. I want to do Lich, then Ordeals, and then more levels. And probably get like 4 or so levels before we get to Ice Cave. Ice Cave I know is going to be a really big jump up in difficulty. We'll have a Lit 2 Zeus Gauntlet to help with it. Which means we should reasonably be able to take out the wizards. However, Frost Giant Frostwolf is there. That's going to be a pretty rough one. And you have, of course, the Eye, although one more level up I'll have 301 plus hit points, and we guarantee that XXXX doesn't work. And that takes a lot of the pressure off. He can use Brack instead, which we're hoping doesn't happen, obviously. But it's possible that he does the spell instead of the skill. Even physical, but I'm okay with physicals. Those are just a tickle, even to the White Mage. Dan taking a nap. Still question about whether mummies would be a better way of getting the level ups done. The problem is you have to walk all the way to Astus' castle to do the mummy fight. It's a pretty long way in there. So I think it's slower than doing the imp fight still. Well, here we go. It's not going to get any better than this. So, let's give Lich a try. And say thank you to Hyrule1989 for resubscribing there. Hyrule, thank you very much. It is much appreciated, all the support. And I'm glad that you're still enjoying the show after this many months. Thanks again, Hyrule. Hey there, Penguins fan. Hopefully you will see the one and only time Lich makes an appearance. He's doing physicals, which is great for us. He's not getting to hold. Easy. Easy fight. Far better than Lich was expected to be honest, so I will take that. One Lich has been defeated, 11,000 experience here. It's not going to be a problem for Ordeal, so I want to get a fresh level up. I might want that. By first level, I mean have my maximum XP to the next level, so that Zombles plus Zombie D doesn't put me over. Hey there, Candace Shane. Welcome in, and hope you're having a wonderful weekend here as we continue our solo White Mage playthrough. Let's see, do I need anything else at Melmond? Cure 3, Harm 3, Life Heal 2, those spells are not appealing. We can put up 4th tier spells. Anything else at Elfland coming up? Like, I'm not even sure if I really care about A-Ice and A-Lit and A-Fire at this point. We'll have Ribbon pretty soon for White Mage, so I think it is good in time for our trip over to our dear old friend, Crescent Lake. And definitely not Odd-Eye. Good. Odd-Eye's now scared of me. That is such a much better ocean voyage if we don't have to worry about those Odd-Eye gazes anymore. Drop the tent down and let's go in. We'll see if we get any experience along the way. We could pick up a troll fight, perhaps. Do I really care? I guess I'll get it. I'll get the troll fight just to show off Dan's flexing muscles. So you're making some real progress at Crescent Lake. I feel like that was what the Sea Shrine was for me. The Sea Shrine was the first time it felt like you were really in control of the situation by that point. You had gotten some levels, you had a lot of equipment. Pretty much everybody had an interesting spell or skill or item to use every single round of combat, so it wasn't just holding the fight button down a whole bunch or having a bunch of characters that do 1 damage and can't really help the party out. So, Sea Shrine is where, like, things were coming together. You got class changed, you got Zeus Gauntlet, sometimes you got the Mage Staff in there as well. Generally pretty good elemental resistances on your fighters, like, everybody's really developing. And then you had the solo runs, where Sea Shrine is pretty terrifying. Even at level 50, you have a pretty painful time walking around in there. Why are there no robots in Melmond? Well, the clouds of sulfuric and toxic acids would dissolve all robotic kind instantly, Hotbot. Also dissolves humans, but that has not stopped the people of Melmond from continuing to persist there for many, many generations. Definitely no. So I need 20 heal potions, probably get a couple of houses to restock on those. Since I've been forgetting to do it. I can also sell my coral sword that I picked up a while back. Do I want 6-tier spells? Fog 2 could be interesting. I don't know if Invis 2 is worth it. No, it's definitely not, because Invis 2 is the same strength as Ruse. We should have plenty of Ruse charges for now. Once we've got the defense, so I don't have to worry about White Shirt taking up an inventory space for it. So only Fog 2 would be helpful for the team. Do I miss the buy 10 yet? I'm missing the buy 1/10. I want to buy fractional heal potions so I can buy even longer in these menus. Right, 5 houses should be good for right now. Already got everything that the White Mage could use for defense. It's very sad what you have to deal with around here. Go ahead, sell that coral sword off, and let's at least think about getting the Fog 2 spell. Does Dan want it? Dan wants it. Dan is going to get it. Dan is going to get a lot of things, but it's definitely going to be a Fog 2 on that list. Maybe we'll get Fear. I'm still wavering on whether the A-Fire, A-Lit, and AIC even makes sense. It's going to be just a short amount of time that we can practically use those pre-ribbon. And look at that, first try on the Confused Old Man. First try. Alright, 11,000 there. I think what I will do is go ahead, pick up this level. The one coming up is a tough one. Guaranteed ale, so you need the S and the V, and it's a strong level up. So you got some work cut out for you for making this level up happen. We're going to take our work over to the Peninsula of Power and show those zombies who's boss for a little bit. Never least mages could use the bracelets to get some armor. Yeah, that's a big deal for their body armor. They do not have a lot of options, and so the bracelets are really what even gives you a chance. Although, to be fair, like this stretch of the game where you got a silver bracelet on, it's almost meaningless because the monsters do so much damage that the 14 points of defense you get over the cloth armor is really small in comparison. It's like this is the silver bracelet the same as a chainmail for defense, which is ludicrous to say. I'm gonna go to the ice cave with my fighter in chainmail armor and no other gear. Like you'd have easily 3 times that defense score by that point on that fighter. That's assuming you didn't get any of the good stuff that's just sitting around. What do we do in the capitalism, Jeremy? Well, good news. Dan is so masterful that he does not even need capitalism to become filthy rich. There's just simply not enough to spend on for it to make a difference. Okay, we're gonna get the fear spell. You never know when that might come in handy. I think I might start using that on some of my level ups. Up and let's go to Peninsula Power once more. Guess we should take the backside. I can now use the canoe to do the shortcut in from Matoya's cave down to Canaria, so I don't need to sail back to the inner sea again to do my imp grind. I might even have something better to grind on, depending on how scared the monsters are me of at this point. Our levels are perfect still. Well, we've had compromises, Sandman. I think we have missed 0 strength points, 2 vitality points. I want to say 6 strong level up HP points, and a whole bunch of agility and luck. Good news is we have not missed a single intelligence point yet. Not a one. Because they're all guaranteed until level 30. If you're inexperienced with fear, no. The monsters run away, you get 0 XP. If they all run away, you get 1. So basically nothing for it. Alright, let's dock up at... Head on into Peninsula Power. We have 11 zombies worth of XP. Slightly more if we want to get trolls instead. So we can take a bunch of 4-packs here and let's get started. How did Let's Go? Lich went really well. I wasn't expecting him to be as easy as he was, because we had a couple of things happen. He went for physical attacks twice instead of spells, and those are very uncommon. 75% chance of spells, 25% chance of physicals. So getting 2 physicals is nice. And 2 of our harm 3 rolls got criticals in turn. So that's something I also wasn't expecting to happen with how good Lich's magic defense is. So we kind of lucked out with that being fewer rounds and a lot fewer spells than would typically be seen there. Alright, got 1 zombie down. I can afford to double harm 3 here. I'm not really super conservative with my spell charges here because we got plenty of houses. So do 2 battles, house up, do another 2 battles, and we should be ready to go. No hammering of Lich was required. It was pretty good in that sense. These trolls, on the other hand, these trolls will get a headache if they get hammered by Dan right now. Nice, another triple Zombie package that grows up. I don't want to try and outspeed them for damage. So at this point, we can almost definitely survive 2 rounds, but 3 rounds would be touchy. Got another 61. 60 is the lowest possible roll with Harm 3, so we're getting some pretty low ones. Still, though, plenty of spell charges, not an issue. We're about 170 on all of them, so 2 Harm 2 should do it. Harm 2's minimum of 40, so we have at least 80 more damage to all the zombies. And 1, 2, and 3. Got the zombies done there. That's 6 zombies done. I believe 5 more to go. Going for level 20 right now, Penguins fan. Actually can't take 5 zombies. Be a little bit too much XP. But I could definitely take 4 and some change. 4 zombies and a troll would probably be perfect. Too many trolls. Yeah, fear is mostly for fine-tuning your experience as you're getting close to the level up. Could also fear carry, just for the fun of it. This is probably good. And I would need a 2 zombie fight. I'd probably take a 1 zombie, 1 troll, or a 1 zombie and do the rest on ogres if I had to. Dan, please, you're supposed to dodge things with your ruses up. Upper left zombie's gonna need some more work. Then we got Troll to take out. Troll is mostly a matter of Dan's tremendous inaccuracy versus the Troll's reluctance to attack. And we'll see which one of those wins out over the other. The ruse of the ruse. Dan rused us with a ruse of his own. It was a fake ruse, meant to distract us from the real ruse that was going on. All of this grinding merely a front to disguise Dan's banana smuggling business. Turns out Dan is the evil man. Behind the evil man, behind the evil man, behind the evil man. Behind the banana smuggling. He was there all along. Oh boy, now things are getting tight. Alright, Trolls down. Let's see how close we are. I believe we could squeeze in 2 more zombies. Yep, we can now get 2 zombies, not a problem. can't get one Zomble, 2 Trolls. And one Zomble would leave me about 6 Ogres short. So yeah, I think I understand everything here. I think we got this one under control. I have a 25% chance of getting a usable formation. Let's see, is this a good one? Nope. Too much XP. Alright, I'll take it. It means we got some ogre battling ahead of us. Well, that is something that we are accustomed to. The only question is, how do I ogre battle from the outer sea side? I mean, I guess we could do a walk down there and then pull into Provoca for getting the ogres to pop out. We need to get solid 6 ogres worth of experience. Just slightly less than 6. It's not a lot. Per ogre loop, you get a minimum of 3 each time. We've got a harm too. Why not get our experience a little bit closer? Alright, there's an ogre and a half. 28. Let me get the ogres first. Then we will go sail over to Matoya to do the north end entrance. All this is complicated by the fact that I'm on the outer sea for my boat instead of the inner sea right now. Now, end up. Need to burn 4 encounters off. Normally I do this on the boat for the Kaiser's, but my step count doesn't really matter. So I can take either the land or the sea for doing these. That would have been the Geist fight. Could have maybe tried the Geist to see if I get a little bit more XP out of that. They're a lot more variable and unpredictable than the ogres now. Alright, and we are at 828. So I can take 4 ogres. We'll start with 1. 3 ogres to go. If I get single, I can probably even do... Ooh, can I do... No, I can't do Ogre Groger. I can only do 2 ogres and a Groger. That would be 672. So slightly less good. An approach overall. Alright, so 3 ogres in. 2 ogres in. Uh-oh, ogres can run. I was not anticipating that Dan's stench was sufficient to make ogres flee. We definitely need to get our Zeus Gauntlet really soon, so that we have better ways of getting the last little bits of experience points for level ups. Well, if ogres just started to run, I bet Groger would never run. So we get a 282 guaranteed here. We need 438. So either double regular ogre or Groger, but we cannot get Groger plus Ogre. Alright, good to know. I might just go for Groger. One regular Ogre versus one regular Groger. Groger wins in terms of value there. And I bet we could convince regular Ogre that he does not want to mess with Dan. Any more than Dan's already been messed with, which is a lot. Dan has a lot of messing experience. Dan also has a lot of missing experience. It's not nearly as good. Nice, 27 on Groger. Suddenly Groger is no longer a brick wall like he used to. We damage broke him a couple levels ago, but that was just still doing like 3s and 4s in terms of how much we were doing per round. That's just not enough to reasonably take these things down. But we got double digits, and now we are into the mid-20s, which is pretty nice. There's something with the other mages' names. Yes, those are the top 3 people from Fantasy Final Fantasy Season 4. With Runic Magus being our first place finisher for Season 4 there. Our in-between season games give this as the reward every time. And this is what I think about you, Ogre. Oh, ineffective. Keep trying, Dan. Keep trying. But I know he'll eventually run. Land one fear and he'll definitely run. There we go. Got the Ogre out. So there's our 282. At this point, we need 156. So Ogre is no longer acceptable. They give 195 off. I get everything else. Purchase that Canaria. Don't need to worry too much about restocking here. Walk to Canaria or boat to Canaria? I'm gonna boat up there. At least puts me into a better spot for sailing off to ordeals. It's going from the south side is gonna be weird. You're almost always coming down from Elfland, wrapping around from the north to the south end. Still going south-north, coming up from Canaria. Alright, if I get 2 Kaizakus, that'd be pretty good. Kaizakus are now very panicked of Dan, so that is tough to actually get these kills in time. Nice, the one I'm attacking stayed. It's like doing Metal Babbles, except they give you way, way, way less experience. Okay, 96 to go. One more Kaizaku would do it. Try and stack a couple wolves here. Wolves should be one-shottable. Each wolf has 5 imps, so that's like 60. I don't know if I want to do Gerwolf, so let's scare him away. Fear's so nice. Hey there, 5 bears. Well, today we have so far killed Lich and gotten a couple levels. We're about to take out one more level and then try ordeals. That is our current plan and status. This is level 20 that I'm getting geared up for. Level 20 will be a tough one. AIL guaranteed, strong level up, so we need the strength point and the vitality point, or strength plus a perfect roll. This stage of the game, let's see, you'd lose 3 hit points for getting the perfect roll over the vitality point, which still is not really worth it. So you probably just want to go SV and not care about what the actual roll is. Also, 5 Bears, thank you very much for resubscribing there. Glad that you've been enjoying the show, and hope you enjoy many more of those in the future as well. Thanks again. 3 more imps. 3 more imps, and then we can go in. Need at least a little bit more experience so that we are basically guaranteed to get the level up each time that we kill something. Woo. Imp decided he wanted none of that. He wanted none of that. Alright, so we are all set up here. Just 1 imp kill would be level 20, so let's begin. The Imp Stravaganza. We are looking for a strength point and a vitality point to show up. If we get those 2 things, we don't care about the exact HP amount. There's just not going to be enough opportunities to really have that work out. I'm going to see how Fear does here in terms of making it faster to take the imps down. The Afraid imps should 100% run. But it looks like it still takes a bit of an effort to get it to land, so probably about the same number of rounds to ultimately win that fight. Alright, good information. And I reset there because I wouldn't have gotten my 6 points required. Gotta kill at least 1 imp first. If that had worked, I would have gone for a single attack and then fearing the rest of them away. But it looks like it's going to be pretty slow to get those to land. Alright, A-I-V-L, Avel. I think that was 332 as well, so that'll be what we are looking at for pretty close to the top end of the range, I would say. I want to say that, like, maybe 328 to 333 is our potential range for this. This one is A-I-L. Nope. You could actually just nope out of anything that doesn't have strength at the start, but it's good to see what the distribution looks like for a little bit. I think it's going to be a 32 here, Shea Wolf. Seems possibly believable. This one is 328, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, and Lochnovi. 328 sail there. Press S for Strength. Dan will be getting a lot of those. Well, he won't be. He won't be getting a lot of those, that's the problem. He needs more. 5 Bears, on the other hand, has the full Savile worth of Agamas. Thank you very much for adopting those Agamas, 5 Bears, and 330 Agility. Nope. It was not sufficient to encourage Dan to change his wastrel ways. He needs to spend more time at the gym and less time on the floor. Time for a standing level up here. Let's see if we can get some imps. Right side is the wrong side. I mean, we've had good luck with the left side, that's true. Left side usually is pretty good. And we got 327, nope. It's the 327, nope. Let's go back to left side. See if left side does us better. It's up to Dan now. Well, we are screwed. Yeah, 327 to 332 looks like the range. It's always 0 to +5 for what the random component can be at. So if you see either of those two extremes, then you know what the overall range is like. But you don't know what the range is like, plus combinations of different stat points. $331, and no. Would it help to complain about Melmon? It always helps to complain about Melmon, Slappy. It always helps to complain. Hey there, E-Tier. Imps are going pretty good. We've got level 20 being worked on right now. This one needs strength and vitality, so a 1 in 16 chance of the full Savile. I'm going for Savile over HP score as my my option. It's like if I got a Sail 332, would I take it? It would hurt to say no, but I probably shouldn't. This is 327, no. Hey Greenleaf, welcome back. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful weekend here. And ready to enjoy some solo White Mage challenge tonight. At least get the 1 imp. Need 1 imp to hit the level up. And we get 327 strength, agility, intelligence, and no. 327 sail. That's our second sail. The mighty White Mage Dan, at least one of those words is incorrect, Uno Squid. There's definitely a Dan. Dan is definitely a White Mage, and it is the Dan, I can assure you, but I think there's another word in there that is 100%, if not more, incorrect. The welcome sign to Melmon should be more like a warning sign. I think it is. 328 strength, agility, intelligence, vitality, and luck. Alright, there we go. 328 Savile. It's not the best. We are down 4 compared to the max, but I got my vitality point, which is better than getting max HP there. Okay, restocking a couple things here, and then we will head up to Ordeals. Looking forward to having that Zeus Gauntlet. That'll be big. $19 levels down, 30 more to go. It's definitely going to be an adventure, especially because those later levels are even tougher to get the stat points on. A lot of 1 in 16s, but they should be faster now that we have coming up pretty soon the Zeus Gauntlet there. Hey there, Captain Vittles. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend here as we continue plowing forward with our solo White Mage challenge, about to head up to the Castle of Ordeals. Alright, we'll see if that is good enough for equipment so far. 15,000 should be safe. We have 36 cabins, plenty of houses here, and let's go. 2 Ordeals. My boat is parked in Matoya's backyard, so we'll have to walk up there. Fortunately, I don't think many of the encounters should bother us over much. Do things get dire at level 30? The White Mage has a surprising number of strength and vitality points in the late levels. It's where pretty much all the ones that the White Mage gets over the Black Mage are. So I think that you'll actually be somewhat pleasantly surprised that there'll be a lot of 1 in 4 opportunities there, which might just mean I go for a lot more agility and still make them 1 in 16s. It's like late game Black Mage kept getting a vitality, but that was it. And White Mage will have more vitality points and will get strength points, so makes things a bit easier. No, Dan! Alright, Dan's gonna have to ride out the rest of this fight here paralyzed. We'll see if he can finish a battle while paralyzed. It's a pretty tough thing to do, having all of your party members incapacitated and win. But if there's anybody that could do it, Dan is that person. The world's strangest stun-lock struggle here. Dan's still paralyzed. Down to just a sag. Dan's up. Couldn't hold on long enough. Dan has failed at failing. He was failing really well, and then his failing stopped. Just short. We don't know if there is dangerous catmen lurking around every corner, so let's creep in there. Swing's also pretty dangerous. Dan's having none of that. I don't know where I'm in the encounter circle. Let's get that set up here. So we're gonna cabin up, go back to the beginning, and I remember this being a really late entry point, so let's start burning encounters. 1. The problem in here is Medusas. If you feel like slipping past them, you can actually go in pretty early. Well, the problem in here is sorcerers and man-cats, but the problem after those two is Medusas. So if you're avoiding the sorcerers and man-cats, then Medusa is the thing that you're worried about running into. I mean, even the mummies and mummies are kind of scary for White Mage, but let's put that aside. And deal with one thing at a time. Alright, so at least 5 more battles to go. We have our second Hydra Ocho fight here. Then we get our worm battle. 17 hours is better than you expected for ordeals. It's pretty much on pace with Black Mage. I think Black Mage might have gotten here a little bit faster because the level ups happened quicker. But White Mage was faster to Bicky by a bit. And I believe also was slightly faster to Astos by a little bit as well. We should have 2 more Catman fights. And this one should be a Sphinx. I could go in immediately, but I don't think I need that many steps. And the extra Zombolt does not really help me here. How many encounters into the cycle repeats? 256. There are 256 values in the encounter table and the step table for that matter. And the RNG table and the person RNG table, everything is 2d6. Well, the steps is weird because it's not quite as simple, since the steps will either wrap around or they'll reverse direction. And so as a result, the overall pattern is like a couple thousand steps long, but it's mostly using the same values. And the encounter table itself is 256 encounters. And then it'll wrap around and repeat them. Hey there, Delphinus Nova. We are currently doing an excellent job making our way through the exciting and fragile Castle of Ordeals. The step table also decided what the encounter was. No, they're two separate things. Steps and encounters are independent, as is the battle RNG, and then also talked about it a little bit as well, the RNG for town movement. Saving the harm 3s for the zombie Ds. Hopefully the zombie D. We ideally are not going to get a 2-pack of those things. But in a long gap, the next fight won't always be the same. That's correct. There is no correlation between the sizes of the gaps and what your battles are going to be like. Do I care for the heal staff? I think we got steps for it. Might as well snag it here. Oh, of course the nightmares. Of course the nightmares are going to be painful. Got to double do that fight as well with our limited number of steps available. By doing that fight twice rather than doing the corner, I can push this a little bit for the distance here. So I probably don't actually need to do, since we have less real worries about picking things up here. You know what? Let's just get everything. Let's just get everything. It's my treasures now. My iron gauntlet. My ice sword. And the important one is the gold bracelet. There's our big upgrade. Saves me 50,000 bucks getting that over buying one at Gaia when we finally get the airship. Plus it's nice having the extra 9 defense now. Dan taking a nap. Okay, he's got to try again next round. He doesn't have a lot of tries at this. He needs to outspeed the mummies, and there we go. That is better. Hopefully he doesn't get hit on the zombie fight as well. There we go, Lit 2. Should be pretty good for a bit. It's our first AoE in the entire game for our White Mage to use except against undead monsters. And of course we get double zombie D. Dan, don't get paralyzed. Might be good. We might be good here. If I can pick up the tail, I should pick up the tail regardless, just to have it. It won't really impact where my heal potions are going to be for locations in the menu. How much can Ruse stack? 3 is beyond maximum. If you have enough agility, then you only even need 2 ruses to be at maximum. So it doesn't have a lot of room to go. Your Lufanian slab wasn't kosher. I'm not sure if the Melmond tourism board can do anything about that toasted zergling, but I assure you, they are ignoring your problem as hard as they ignore anybody else's problem around here. Oh yeah, definitely glad I got the level up there. So, Ordeals is complete. We had a scary time, but it is finished. The tail is mine, which will not be used during this adventure here. Hopefully. If we get really desperate, we will class change and then finish up with the White Wizard, but we didn't need to for Black Mage. I'm hoping we can do the same for White Mage as well. Also, Hexagon Heat, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful weekend here. And ready to enjoy some solo White Mage. Particularly doing some grinding right now. We got a couple levels I want to pick up before doing the Ice Cave. And so we will have some quality Peninsula Power time here for a little bit. For one for the Zeus Gauntlet, just skip Ordeals, yeah. There wouldn't be any point doing Ordeals if it wasn't for Zeus. Well, I mean, you get the gold bracelet early, but I'm not sure if that's worth it over just risking it at the Ice Cave a little bit harder. 9 defense is not really a big deal when you have basically either paralysis and death or you run. There's not much in between about what's going to happen in the fights. Like class change on the Thief run, hopefully we do not have a Thief playthrough for that to be a problem with. Hey there, Lobster Kitty, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful weekend here. And so good to see you. JXL77, welcome in as well. Hope you two are having a wonderful weekend. More houses. Dan must invest in the housing stock so that he can store all these dead bodies he's carrying around. I guess we'll start loading up on cabins. At this point, we have the money that tents are not really a necessity for being able to save the game. I can easily afford to save the game with cabins. And get the extra 30 healing on top of the tent recovery. Hey, they're not listening. Yeah, the Adventures of Dan. Our White Mage... Well, I was going to say extraordinaire, but he's not. He's not very extraordinary, other than in negative ways. But he is our White Mage, and we love him. Alright, let's see. The first one is going to be only 8,000 because we just finished up Ordeals there, getting, well, like 7,000 experience points in the process. So a pretty nice start overall. I should just zap everything. I should get my revenge on all these random encounters. There definitely is a lot of Dan to be said about him. There's a lot of negative. There's also quite a lot of Dan. Just imagine, I'm not gonna have to hammer trolls anymore. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Do items break after a certain number of uses? No. There is no breakable items, to be goodness, for equipment in Final Fantasy. You either have consumables, things like heal potions that are one-time uses, or you've got things that can be used as many times as you want. Final Fantasy, in general, has not really had random use items for the most part. Dragon Quest has, starting with Dragon Quest 2 and the introduction of the Wizard Ring as a casino prize there. And then repeated in many other Dragon Quests in the future as well. But Final Fantasy's kind of stayed away from that mechanic. Your Zeus Gauntlet broke. Definitely a cheap Melmondian counterfeit, Mission to Kara. Welcome in. Final Fantasy Legend 2 had everything break. But yeah, it wasn't a real Final Fantasy game. That's part of the Saga series. Oh, sorry, Almacia has the counterfeit Zeus Gauntlet. Mission to Kara's just got some emo troubles. Welcome in, regardless. Alright, so we've got 777 to go. And some change. So 7 zombies. Maybe some trolls as well. I'm going to try here for the first time, also getting my experience from the nearby encounters so we don't have to walk all the way back around to Connery in between these. Which should be a lovely respite from our much longer grinds before. Like if I can basically stay in the Peninsula Power area for a really long time, then what I can do is get levels much more efficiently instead of wasting like 5 minutes for each level setup. Plus it's going to be faster to poke and try level ups here. 7773, I believe. It is not lucky. When is the Agma Research Society open again? So the start of the streams, Uno Squid. It opens up 4 slots for the Agma Research Society. And it's from the start of the stream to whenever those 4 slots get filled up is the availability for it. Can I fight giants now? Oh, yes, but slower than the zombies and trolls most likely. When we can show it off. Giants have quite a lot of HP is the problem. Once we do this with Dan, who is next? Hopefully, once we do this with Dan, we never have to do solo White Mage again. Because doing it with Dan is clearly the hardest White Mage possible. No one else is going to be this difficult to finish the game with. The only trick about giants is that they have more magic defense than the other monsters you're fighting around here, and they've got a lot of hit points, so just additional rounds of Zeusing, but clearly significantly faster than that Silver Hammer was. You know what? We never picked up our Power Staff. Maybe we'll do that just to have it for our weapon inventory at the end. Power Staff, in theory, is better than Silver Hammer for certain level ranges because it'll have a higher critical hit rate. Alright, 3294 to go. So we don't want to get a quad Zomble. I think I could do double Zomble, double Troll. Yeah, that would work. Maybe. It'd be really close. Triple Zomble Troll, I think, is too much trouble. So I'm going to pass on that. It could take 3 giants. Could take a beating from some Frost Wolves. Frost is actually probably survivable here. So we can do Frost Wolves battles as long as they don't get too lucky against us. Now it's below average luck for them. 9 Frost of attacks, no Frost. It's a 1 in 4 chance of being used for that move. 2412. So at this point we have 882 to go. So we could take like a solo troll. We couldn't take a single Zomble. We couldn't take a double giant. Alright, so we are basically done with this part. I have to go to the lower part of this zone now to get the rest of my XP. Hey there, Avin. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful weekend here and ready to enjoy our solo White Mage adventures. Currently working on level 21. But we need to get a strength point and ideally an agility point as well. Alright, 492, getting close. Just about done with our leveling here. This will be 390, this would be a good one if we get both of them. That would be 102 away. White Mage is a tank. Well, the +9 defense from the gold bracelet has helped out. It's like having iron armor on, and that is pretty good for monsters of this part of the game. You know, when you're around Provoca, iron armor is better than what you normally get on a fighter. Like, you'd typically be over there with the chainmail armor, and maybe you'd have like a wooden helmet or a wooden shield. So this is definitely pretty good. By the time you get Grogers, that's more like you've been to Elfland, you got the iron armor, but it's well within range for what is expected. And that finally means that you're not just getting absolutely crushed on every single fight. Here we go, first try, first try. This is gonna be a 336 Ivy, nope. Someone called that the worst possible level up you can get. Others would just say, well, that is typical Dan. This is 336 IVL. Kind of a vile level up there. If I got a civil one, I don't know if I would take it. I probably should take a civil, but I really want a Savile instead. Or at least a Visa. I would take a Visa here. If you have random level up values, well, you have certain stats that are 100% chance of leveling up, depending on what your character class and the level you're going to is. And all of their stats are a 25% chance. We need strength as a 25%. Got a Veil. Which would have been really good if we had a Savile on there, but we are missing the S. Might have been more of a Vial. Yeah, 18 out of the 49 level ups are going to have also randomized hit point totals. It'll be a 0 to 5 point bonus for hit points, so that'll be another factor in there. Like this level, we don't have to worry about it. Our next one coming up is level 24 for White Mage. Right, IV. Sticks really important now that you have the Zeus Gullet. Yep. Still needs strength to beat on things. I mean, there's gonna be monsters that resist fire, ice, and lightning, so your best bet is gonna be to get power staffed up. You got the Mazmune fight against Chaos. If you want to Mazmune Chaos, you better have some strength points, or else you are not doing any damage with that. 15 for Black Mage, I think. I want to say White Mage gets 3 more than Black Mage does. And IVL. Another Vile level up. think we're gonna hit our second attack tonight. Yeah, with Silver Hammer we should. Should be level 23, I think. If we had the Power Staff on, though, it would be level 28, just like the Iron Hammer was. And IVL again. I mean, the number of battles it takes to get levels really depends on what the stat-up gains are like. Some levels are reasonably easy, some levels are really, really tough for picking these up. SIV! No. It's a 1 in 4 chance of SIV. I went at least an agility or luck point on top of that. It's a 1 in 8 chance of getting either Visa or Vizzle. Or Civil, as we usually use it for the rest of the levels. So we can do better. We can do better than that. Hey there, Pole4Co. How many hours have we been doing this White Mage? Well, the timer is on the screen there if you are curious about how long we've taken to this point. We've just finished up Ordeals, so we're getting some levels prior to going into the Ice Cave right now. What does luck do? Very, very slightly increases your chances of getting first strikes in combat. It is otherwise entirely broken, so it's a lot less important than agility, which has the same effect for first strikes and also gets you a chance to dodge enemy attacks in battle. So that's why agility would be preferable. But if I had to take something, you know, rather than going for the 1 in 16 Visa, the 1 in 8 Visa or Civil combo might be a better choice. This one is IVL. But yeah, just tonight we've only been doing about 2.5 hours here. I only want to do like 4 to 5 hours per day because it is pretty grueling doing these solo character challenges. 5 hours is about right for most of the playthroughs, for like Black Mage, which is another very grindy one. Is our Vitality 28? I believe so. We just got the Vitality up at level 20 there. I think we start with 10 and we missed 2. And AIV. You can see how much faster this is though with the Zeus Gauntlet versus having to hammer those imps. Means I can take much bigger monsters for the level ups. And even with the bigger monsters, it's still a faster battle. That was one of the big advantages Black Mage had. As soon as the Black Mage beat the Pirates, we can get Fire 2 and Lit 2. Basically in this world for level ups. Alright, Ivy. And Black Mage got even better at the end with Fire 3, Lit 3, and Ice 3 all being accessible without class change. White Mage has got some nice stuff without class change. You will get Heal 3, which is okay-ish. But sadly, no Cure 4 and no Fade. The 2 big spells I wish I had on White Mage. Those are White Wizard only. Alright, this one is AIV. Let's say 1645 for our visa before taking a Vizzle as a possibility. But I hold out that long. How much do I really care about the A? I know we were questionably short with the Black Mage of not having enough agility to get away with only 2 ruses. But the White Mage does get a bunch more guaranteed points late than the Black Mage does. Like, at least an extra 4 or 5. And on top of that, you have all of the ones I've gotten to this point. Could we get away with saying agility is not super critical for any of these that are 1 in 16s? Could be a good way of speeding this up, so. Agility also helps in the round when you're putting up a ruse. That is true. It does give you some extra dodging at the start of the fight as well. Although usually I find that, like Kraken 2, if you're not outspeeding him and you get physical, you're probably boned. Agility is not going to save you from that. And S-A-I-V-L. There we go. We are Savile. And that is our level up there. So 17,000 now for level 22. You actually get up to Peninsula Power again to set up our Zombull fights. Back at it. Alright, level 22 is going to be guaranteed strength and intelligence, so we're going to need a V and an A to show up. Means it's basically the same as the last one, except we're swapping which one is guaranteed between the strength and vitality point. Definitely a much better level than the last one, that is true. Much, much better. We will have a 100% chance of the very first attribute being a good one. I'm actually really liking getting the full Savile there at the last level. That's a 1 in 64 to get. Definitely was not expecting it to happen. I think only like my 5th or 6th Savile overall. White Mage just has a lot of ones you can get 4 at, but getting all 5 is tough. Count put us close. Alright, so one more and then we can house up. So this will be our giant fight here next. Giants are decent. They're not as good as Zombulls, but they are very, very consistent in the appearance, since you don't have to worry about the trolls. Sure, but you're even lower. Basically, like, Zombulls are about 1,000 experience, they're 1,050. Giants are the 800 one, 879, and then trolls are the 600 one, which is like, I think 680 or so. So these are the in-between value for quality. Oh, this is so much nicer. Zeus Gauntlet helping out a lot. The real bottleneck, though, was ordeals. Well, really, the real bottleneck was the Lich. Because we had Vampire down a couple levels earlier. Ordeals itself was actually not bad. With that route through there, it's one Zombull battle. The Zombie D fight, and then you can pretty easily deal with the mummies. They At worst, they're doing sleep touch to you. We tried out a whole bunch of different combinations, some of the other solo character class challenges, and found that going in earlier does save you time on the attempts, but the Medusas are just so dangerous that I didn't want to even try them. Alright, 6,000. And those massive giant farts, you know what? I'm pretty sure they're not. But we still have not settled many of our questions about the appearance of these monsters. Like, Zomble definitely has a tail. I feel like that's one of the ones I am more certain about than others. For the bull appearance there. Troll's got a big headache. I can understand that. He's a little bit crazy with the seaweed coming off. I am not certain if the purple armpit hair was intentional or not, but it's there. Let's be honest. Needs some grooming. Oh, Astos. I still don't know if he's got shoulder spikes or not. Still don't know if the imps have shoulder spikes. Those are questions which may never be resolved. I think the big thing for me in this zone was giants for a long time I thought were just really fat. It turns out they're dancing. It's a leg in front of their stomach and not the stomach itself that you're seeing there. Alright, 6,000 to go. We got plenty of room here. So tent up and get another one of those battles. Never noticed that imps are holding a dagger. There's still controversy whether they've got a third hand or not. I'm pretty sure they only have one dagger and their other hand is empty. But I'm not positive. I am not positive about that. By the way, Linuxmen, don't be scared. I hope you're having a wonderful weekend here and ready to enjoy watching Dan zap things with his newfound Zeus gauntlet. It is tremendously good. It is a really good gauntlet. And I'm happy we managed to pick it up. Alright, so I don't want 4 giants. 3 would be fine. 3 is excellent, in fact. That probably puts me into range for going to snag the lower half experience here. First ones have pink painted toenails, but are they sparkly? That is the question. Do they have sparkle nails? Sparkle with some Zeus. There is a lot of glow being emitted by that Zeus gauntlet here. It looks beautiful in these giants. Absolutely beautiful. Alright, that should put me very close to level up here. Let's go ahead and do one more check. Do I want to take something up here or in the south? 801. I think it is south time. Get healed up and let's start grabbing stuff down here. Giant feet is way too small for his body. It does feel like that, but at the same time, if the giant's actually really thin and has like super long legs for doing all that dancing, you might not need like super big feet. I feel like the perspective might be throwing us off on that one. Like, it definitely feels like if the giant was actually stretched out, he'd be super slender. Unlike these ogres, who are really beefy. And need a haircut. They need a haircut badly. Look at those sideburns. Ooh, the giants could be hollow. Interesting observation there. It is a possibility that I had not considered. Just like this level up I had not considered being S-A-I-V... Nope. Oh, do I take a first try savvy? So, that is a 1 in 16. 1 in 64 for savvy. I'm taking it. I'm taking it. 18,000 to go for the next level up. Level 23 coming up is Guaranteed Ale. HP was not random on that one, so we don't care about it. Next one with a random HP value is level 24. Yeah, we're gonna take that. It is my level up now. Yeah, 19,000. See how much better it is just hanging out here at Peninsula Power instead of having to go all the way back to Canary every time? It's glorious. That we're getting really lucky with level ups. Very lucky level ups there. Hey there, Peanock. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful weekend here. And ready to watch Dan Zeus out at Peninsula Power. Pretty sure Dan's Power Glove came from Melmon, because that thing does not work at all. Not even a little bit. Alright, so should be next level for the additional attack. Let's check. Yeah, 31% hit percentage. 32 is when you get an additional attack per round. So we're one level away from that. Can do another battle up here before I need to house up. 4 battles in between houses is pretty good at this point. Hey, they're going even further. Well, glad that you're able to catch the stream every once in a while, and I'm glad that you're enjoying watching it when you do. And thank you very much for subscribing. Hope you enjoy those emotes and other benefits such as your daily Agama facts and important Melmon newsletters. Thank you very much going even further. It's much appreciated there. For the rest of you, you get to enjoy. Working on level 23 here. This is going to be a guaranteed ale. So we need the 1 in 16 Savile. It's worth fighting for. We do not want to give up on either of those 2 stat-ups there. What is the latest improvement to Melmon? More fire is indeed what we've got planned for that place. If we can increase the fire at Melmon by 6,000%, then maybe we have a chance of burning it to the ground once and for all. Alright, so at some point I need to get my power staff. Need to stop forgetting to grab that before we do our next dungeon, which is going to be Ice Cave here. The big question is, do I want to try and get Ice Cave tonight, or just work on levels? We need a bunch of levels for Ice Cave. That's going to be a rough place. Levels will help us with additional magic defense, getting to the point where we can try and resist more of the stun touch attacks from the undead. Those things are going to be absolutely brutal. Trying to sneak through. Once we finish the Ice Cave, we get a ribbon. We get a ribbon at the waterfall. So Ice Cave, get the floater, take the airship up to the waterfall, finish that. Then we have our first ribbon of the game. We also get the defense sword there, which means we're no longer constrained at the number of ruses we can cast per house trip. And then the grinding really begins at that point, because you got to go from probably like level mid to late 20s up into at least the 40s for doing another fiend. The fiends get rough in a hurry after Lich is done. Like, I think we might be able to cheese carry with Fears, since she is vulnerable to status. She would get hit by Fear quite easily. And she's only worth 1 Agam worth of experience, so that it's not really a big deal to lose that particularly. I think I'd be okay giving up an Agama for getting the Fiend out of the way. Kraken, weak to lightning, so once we got the Thor hammer into our possession, we have at least a lit 2 per round, so you can get down to him, which is not easy. But you could get over to Kraken and just lit 2 him repeatedly. Why not just grind to 50? Well, you gotta have some way to keep everybody sane. And so I like to break the grinds up with getting parts of the quest done along the way. It's like if I can split up Carry, Kraken, and Tiamat into, like, we'll do, 5 or 8 levels, do a Fiend, 5 or 8 levels in a Fiend, and so on. It's more survivable at that rate. Speaking of surviving, how are we doing here? 8,000 more to go. Which might be doable prior to getting our next house in place. Depends on if we get a Frostwolf pack or not. Is going for 40-50 add much in terms of strength? Well, you would get 10 points of strength. So if you're having to rely on the power staff for any of the fights, that would help a lot. I don't really think I plan to do that. Like, if we Fear Carry, Lit 2 Kraken, and Bane Sword Tiamat, we get away without having to have a power staff hit on anything except for maybe the eye. You get those unrunnable eyes in the Sky Castle. That could be still worth doing physicals on. Pre-fights are going to be unreal. They're going to be probably actually easier than Black Mage, to be honest. Black Mage gets a slightly easier Phantom and Lich, because you can use Fire 3 on those. And I don't really want to use my Cure 3/Harm 3 slot up, but I might have to. Pretty sure you can't get Harm 4 as a White Mage. Almost positive Harm 4 is a White Wizard exclusive. One of those things that has never really come up as a concern. Heal 3 was the big one when I was doing the GBA routing. Finding out that that was White Mage accessible was actually really, really important for that route. Can you melee the refights with the Power Glove? I got some bad news, Cactus Al. The Power Glove does not work in this version of the game. And if it did, oh boy, would your life be so much better. If you could Power Glove, then you probably wouldn't want or wouldn't need to super optimize all the level ups here. Because a couple Power Gloves, and the White Mage is as good as the fighter for taking out Chaos. So you could, like, Power Glove until he cures fours, and probably within, like, 3 or 4 turns kill him. Like, it'd be that substantial of an ability upgrade. Having it. Without the Power Glove, oh boy, it's like 100 to 200 damage around. You have to get super lucky that you can hold him off long enough for that to work out. I think that's too much experience. Let's find out, though. It's quick enough to do this now that we have our better buffs. Try fearing the troll here. That would certainly put me in a better spot for it. I don't think fear would hit the zombies. So let's go ahead and see if this works. It's like zombies should not run away ever. And troll won't unless they're feared. Alright, first round failure. Guess there's a 3 in 256 chance that you would fear a zombie, but pretty unlikely that it would land. If I get one zombie feared, I'd be okay with that as well. Still ineffective. Let's see, 20 tries for a 180. Yeah, we're probably not going to get a lucky one on it. I have to hope that troll is actually legitimately fearable here. And last try. Nope, nope, nope. And got him. There we go. Now I should have just enough experience that we're not going to push it over on this fight. I can go down, clean up the rest of it from other encounters around here. I'm sure people have done grinding for like pretty much every Final Fantasy to ridiculous extents. It's kind of a tempting thing, just like the way people naturally play the game. Yeah, it's a good thing I didn't get the troll. It would have been a little bit too much for us. Now we can go ahead and grab everything down here and start working on level 23. This one we are looking for the full Savile. We're barely getting any experience from wolves at this point. It's going to be a rough one. It's going to get increasingly tough, though, to get level ups from lower class monsters. That's why I had to get basically switched over to doing this part of the world instead of the Canary area, because it'd be just about 100% chance of a lot of the monsters there running away at this stage. If it wasn't for Zeus, you wouldn't have any chance of really getting them mowed down. I'll actually get down here. At level 23, I think I'll go restock on supplies. Starting to run low on tents and cabins. Use a surprising number of those per house that you need. Can do all the Frostwolf fights without rusing at this point, which means we can do 4 non-Frostwolf battles, or usually like 5 or 6 battles per house around there. That's like enough to get an entire level up in the process. was kind of expecting the house to be my limiting factor for it, rather than the other save game items. But I'll take this problem. This is definitely a good problem to have. And we have nope. Already a nope. Tell immediately if you don't have an S, it is not what you want. We need the full Savile here. Ale is guaranteed, so full Savile is really just getting the S and the V, which is a 1 in 16 chance of showing up. Peninsula Power, a happy accident or intent? I'm gonna guess it was an accident, because there's a bunch of other places like this where you have randomish squares that are in a different encounter zone. This is just the famous one because it's easy to find. But for example, there's one square by Astos' castle, which you'd only figure out by walking out of that square when you get a battle. But you can get the monsters by the Melmond area, which means that you can get easier Grogers and hyenas and other similar encounters next to Astos, which is a nice thing to get. And there's a bunch in the world that give you just imps. And the reason that gives you just imps is because they are like the only land tile that's in a zone otherwise full of ocean. And they didn't bother to put monsters in those zones. So the encounter table is just imp, 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 imp. Like there's one of those south of Stardust Cave. And there's one like over by the edge of the far west edge, like the Caravan Desert. Just like 1 or 2 random tiles like that. Alright, Ogre, you're gonna play that way. It's gonna get just tougher as we go. You might want to harm the Geist. Lit 2 doesn't even guarantee a kill on him. Harm 3 doesn't guarantee a kill on him, but it's very likely to. Yeah, the NES one, by that point Peninsula Power was known. They didn't really do any bug fixing for Final Fantasy for the NES release. So everything you have here is exactly the same as the Famicom version. They changed a couple of censorship things. Like they put clothes on some monsters, they took away the crosses and things like that, but they didn't really do anything for gameplay itself. S-A-I-L, close. We are sailing, but we are not Savile. It's our first sail there. We'll count the sails and the vials. Or the veils. The better way to keep that straight. I guess Avil actually works. There's nothing else that's A-V-I-L. Avil. Spent most of your time in the Hall of Giants? Well, certainly if you were trying to grind for the steel armor, I can see that being a strong possibility. The hundreds of hours slaving away, one giant and iguana at a time, possibly even getting more than one set of steel armor, only to discover that Melmond is in fact the world's most terrible place. And you have been conned. You've been robbed of your precious, precious grind time by the fact that everything after that, totally free. Just armor sitting in boxes. And you realize the Scourge of Melmond claimed another young life. And to finish each town before moving on, it's really actually not too far off in terms of being able to buy out a town prior to getting access to the next town. If you're doing like a no fleeing, which is pretty much how everybody played it when it came out. It was like very few people ran away from things, just kind of like crunch through every encounter, all the monsters, which means you have to have a lot more levels and resources for dungeons than you would otherwise. So it's not that you're getting a ton of extra experience in the dungeon trips, it's that to survive the dungeon, you have to be like 10 levels higher, as compared to just running from most of the fights. Alright, we have S-A-I-L. 2 sails. Charcoal Dan. It is thematically appropriate, I will say that. Burnt to a crisp. Nope. Guess we're not gonna find out how many apples we get here. Just reset if we don't get the S to start with. And go for the full Savile. We got 2 sails so far. It's a 1 in 4 chance of getting Savile over sail. You have to imagine. We're halfway there. We are halfway done with level 23. But not that level. Not done yet. Chaos in the first try. Temple of Fiends Revisited. I know people really think it's a terrible, terrible place, but it's actually not that bad in a casual playthrough, because once you're past a certain point, the encounters just get so trivial in there because your defense is tremendously good. You've got a ton of spell slots. Your healing is in the tens of thousands of HP range. It doesn't really matter what you do because you can't die in a single fight. So getting to Chaos is actually not that bad. And Chaos himself, he's technically easier than Warmech. So you can get away with a lot on a casual playthrough. It's not true in some combinations of character classes and some playthroughs, but in general, if you can beat Warmech, you can also beat Chaos. And no. We'll see how much further the NES can move back before I have to reset it again. It's getting a couple inches already. I have not had to move it so far tonight. Ah, you quit a Chaos. Painful to hear. Missing out on having a resounding conclusion to your Final Fantasy experiences for many, many years. Just like Dan, missing out on all the good stuff in life here. Just reset rather than sitting through the stun lock. Am I using a real NES stat listing? Yep. It is an NES top loader that I'm using. And no. Fighter, Thief, White Mage, Black Mage. Well, at least you have 3 good characters, Transporter. The single class mages, White Mage, Black Mage, they're pretty good at the end of the day. Like, they are very, very powerful when fully leveled up. The fighter is really good I think a lot of people didn't understand the black belt mentality, which is that they start off weak, but they end amazing. They're the best character class by far. Once you get to like level 35 or so. Like, nothing can withstand black belts at high levels. Just, it's ridiculous how strong they get. But you have to pay for it because the first half of the game is brutal. Getting through them. And no. Trying to casino a Dragon Quest game. Well, good luck with that. Some of them are very casinoable. I was kind of disappointed in 11, as entertaining as Ulysses is. That really there wasn't a lot of great stuff in the casino at the end of the day. Bunch of unique stuff in there, but it wasn't really a great upgrade for the most part. But it didn't matter, because I got to play more Ulysses. And no. Still only 2 sales. Just did the standard slots, Shay Wolf. I mean, the standard slots weren't bad. If you do it for a couple hours, you'll get probably enough casino tokens that you are completely set for life. Oh, there are some achievement type things you have to do in the casino on top of that, like the different mini games all have their own achievement for it if you want to get all of those. So thankfully I never needed to be obsessive enough about the game to grind all those out. Went with 2 fighters more often. I usually prefer the 2 fighter, to be honest. I think the fighter just has so much better equipment than anybody else that they're really fun to play and get all of those upgrades over time. Like, the game is very heavily tilted towards swords for weapons. It's very biased in terms of armor as well. For the male classes, which is the fighter, knight, and ninja. Able to wear the flame mail, ice mail, dragon mail, opal mail. I guess ninja can't wear dragon and opal, but they can wear flame and ice. So you have a lot more things for those character classes to do than anybody else in terms of finding stuff in dungeons. Kind of wish that there was a little bit more variety for late game items in general between all 6 character classes. Maybe not the thief, but at least everybody else. Alright, S-A-I-L. Sale number 3. Still looking for the Savile. Four White Mages not possible. Yeah, it turns out it only takes about 10 hours. Can do 4 White Mages in a single sitting. A somewhat painful single sitting, but possible. And now we're doing it with just 1. Nope. Do you do micromanaging with 4 mages? No. You can grind to 50, you don't care about what your stat ups are. S-A-I-L. Sale number 4. supposed to be a 1 in 4 chance of a sail going into a Savile, so slightly unlucky right now. But yeah, the big thing about 4 White Mages is that you, first of all, are getting through the early game much faster because you have multiple people attacking per round, so getting your transition over to Ogres is faster, getting the Kaizakus is faster, Marsh Caves faster. Aster's basically the same. You get him, mute it, you ruse up everybody, and then you hit him with 4 hammers per round, but at lower levels, so I feel like the solo Astos was not actually that much slower than the 4 White Mage Astos battle goes. But then past that, like, you zip through up until you have the airship with 4 White Mages because they just have so much more resiliency. And then you hit, like, the grind. And with 4 White Mages, you can do, like, a Mage Staff, a Thor Hammer, a Zeus Gauntlet, and a Black Shirt every turn. And that pretty quickly lets you level in Mirage Tower and the Waterfall. So you can get, like, 2.5 Agamas per battle in some of those fights there. And you are taking 4 times as many encounters, but it is pretty fast for doing them. You need a micro with a 2 White Mage party. That's probably beneficial to have more hit points, but you wouldn't really need to be as aggressive, I think. Like, I think, well, I mean, what's your best strategy for taking Chaos out? Is it gonna be Mazmune plus a healer dedicated? In which case you have really one person that still needs max strength and 4 people with max vitality. That would definitely take some work. You're probably not going Bane strats, because that is only one person with the Bane sword, so you have just as many tries to get that. Dan, please. I would just like to kill this Geist and get my level up try. Clearly, this is a very difficult thing for him. Too difficult. Give it up on the Geist. Hey there, Celia. Microing 2 level ups would be rough. Well, you wouldn't do them at the same time. You just have somebody dead for a little bit, so that they were offset. And that way, you're only doing 1 level up at any one given fight. Nope. Still at 4 sails here. Oh yeah, you're doing twice as many levels, but one of them's gonna be pretty easy. If one of them doesn't need strength, then that is immediately, worst case, is like a 1 in 4 chance on getting level ups. So like the killer ones are the 1 in 16s and the 1 in 80s and stuff like that. Like, this is supposed to be a 1 in 16. Clearly we've done more than 16 tries at it, but sometimes we'll have a 1 in 16 and it's, 2 tries, so in the end, it's allegedly averaging out. Did I do War Mech with 4 White Mages? Yes. War Mech's pretty easy with 4 White Mages. Alright, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, and Sail number 5. Sail number 5. When I just do this solo, yeah, I mean, I think if you are doing a challenge like this is the reason I don't using the randomizer to have a bunch of quality life improvements or save states or anything, is that if you're doing a challenge, you make it pretty much as hard as the challenge can get, and you don't have to, like, incrementally get a more and more difficult challenge over time. It's like, this is as much White Mage as you can possibly do. Strength, Agility, Intelligence, and sail number 6. 6 sails here. No Saviles. What do you realistically need strength for? The Mazmune versus Chaos. I mean, early game you need the strength for just beating up monsters. Like, up until this point, we've been actually somewhat reliant on that silver hammer, killing things. And if you didn't have all those strength points, it'd be much, much slower to be able to take out like ogres and wizards and Astos and stuff like that. But from here on out, the reason we have to get strength points is just chaos. Hit chaos with the Maz units 5 to 6 souls. Yeah, the other one is punch chaos in the face with your fists. Although technically, you might argue that the thief has just used the Bane sword because you're probably not going to win. Just go for Bane strats from the beginning. It's like Thief would have pretty good hit points, pretty good agility. You have to hope that Chaos has lots of physicals. All right, SAI. Sale number 7. 7 sales, no saddles. Background Guy 02 would like a heal potion. Good news, BGG. I've got some white mages for you. Well, I've got one white mage for you. That's the best news I've got. We are currently doing, everybody for coming in from BGG's channel, a solo white mage challenge. It is no class change, one white mage from the beginning of the game all the way up to chaos here. And Billy Bob, thank you very much for those bits. Put those bits towards the Melmond Relief Fund. Melmond, if you've seen it, you will know it needs a heck of a lot of relief. Welcome in, BGG. What are white mages like? They're soft and squishy. That is their defining attribute. They're not very good at attacking. And they have really bad odor, so now all the monsters are running away from me. Currently what I'm doing is trying to manipulate a level up. So for a white mage, as you might expect, they are very difficult to be able to beat the late game monsters with. So what I'm doing is manipulating the level up so that I get pretty much all of the stat up points. Strength, agility, vitality, and luck as much as possible. Intelligence we don't care about because it's totally broken in this game. Does absolutely nothing at all. And so I would love to have an S, A, V, and L here. Random level ups. Yeah, so what happens is for every character class and level combination, there are certain stats you're guaranteed to get. 100% chance. And everything you're not guaranteed to get is a 25% chance of getting it. So like here you're guaranteed at level 23 to get agility, intelligence, and luck. And that means you got a 25% chance of strength, and a 25% chance of vitality, so about a 1 in 16 chance of getting the loop that I'm looking for. To be able to move on and hopefully get to the ice cave pretty soon here. Could a level 50 white mage not beat the game without manipulation? Well, if you're not manipulating, you're basically forced to do the Bane Sword on Chaos, which is a 3 in 256 chance of landing. Roughly a 1 in 80. So imagine you go all the way through Temple of Fiends, you have to do all 4 Fiend fights, Phantom and all that, and then you have a 1 in 80 chance of beating Chaos at the end. Ah, another sale. 8 times with sales, no vitality points. Ice Cave is good, it is. One of my favorite dungeons that doesn't involve the Marsh Cave. You Bane Sword the Fiends on the way down as well. So Phantom and Lich are both undead, so you'd be able to use harm spells on them. Carry, Kraken, Tiamat. Your best bet is just to do a bunch of ruses, or the defense sword, and then use the Thor Hammer or Black Shirt repeatedly. Like, they're going to be slow fights no matter what you do, but the White Mage does have a lot of recovery. So you are able to kind of tank a bunch of Fire 3s and things if you need to. How many levels am I targeting in this segment? 23 might be enough here for the ice cave. I've been doing like 2 or 3 levels in between each chunk of the main game. At some point that's going to stop because you need to get to 50. And there's not that many main game things between now and the end. But at least for right now, we did like level 17 for Vampire, level 19 for Lich, level 21 for Ordeals, so 23 for Ice Cave is reasonable to give it a crack. What is the estimated length of the run? I am gonna guess probably about 40 hours. Based on what I've seen so far. Solo Black Mage was my original guess about the same as this, but it looks like White Mage is going to be slightly slower because of leveling being more difficult to get the good level ups. Solo Black Mage ended up being slower to start because getting Bicky killed off is actually much harder since you can't dodge all the pirate attacks. You had to do a ton of grinding to beat the pirates. But once you did that, Solo Black Mage really took off in the mid-game. And so I think by 17 hours, Solo Black Mage had done the Ice Cave. But we're not too far off from him right now. Where I think we're going to really hurt is between here and endgame. Those Fire 3s, Ice 3s, and Lit 3s that Solo Black Mage got were just too good. Hey there, Nooster. Welcome in and thanks for the good wishes there. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful weekend here. I'm ready to enjoy some more of our solo White Mage action. Why do some of the AoE attack animations take longer? So the dust clouds are actually random. They use the same random numbers as the other battle RNG does. So depending on where you are in the battle RNG, it'll have different versions of the dust cloud animations. And that also advances the random numbers a little bit further. So it's not quite as easy to predict where it is in the encounter. So I'm guessing that they did that originally. It's like sometimes it'll be 4 dust clouds, sometimes it'll be 8 dust clouds, for example. Strength, agility, intelligence. Sale number 9. So close. Just need that Savile to show up. Favorite part is so much black magic, it is nice. Having black magic in this game is really great for a long stretch. Because there's a lot of big monster groups. Ooh, SAI. Sale number 10. There's a lot of big groups of monsters, especially in the mid-game. Like, early game tends to be small groups. Late game tends to be a small number of big monsters. But middle game there's a lot of big numbers of small monsters for the formations. And having the appropriate elements to clean those groups up fast is a really good way of going through things. SAI, another sale. Definitely getting unlucky with this Savile not showing up. Every vitality point I give up, it's a quarter of an HP from now to level 50, so if we didn't get the vitality point, we would permanently lose either 6 or 7 hit points. And it doesn't sound like a lot, but there's a bunch of levels where you can't get perfect going through there. Just there's no possible value that will give you that. So you're already losing a little bit of HP from the maximum White Mage can get. So ideally we'll be in the 800 to 850 HP range. Fred, thank you very much for the host there as well. Hope you had a wonderful stream before this end. Those of you coming in are ready to enjoy some solo White Mage, who is currently trying to grind a perfect level up so that we can go over to the Ice Cave. We're looking for strength, agility, vitality, and luck. Intelligence, unfortunately, we get along for free. Wonder if one arachnid's enough to put me over the top. Oh yeah, it is. We're really close. Getting tilted by the level ups, you gotta deal with it, yellow number 5. There's so many of these that we have to do. Like, just overall, you're gonna get some that take a minute, you're gonna get some that take 40 minutes. And in theory, it does average out over time, but you can't sacrifice any of them, or else it does permanently impair your White Mage for the end of the game. It's like it would suck to put in, 30 or 40 hours, be a Temple of Fiends, and realize, well, I just don't have enough strength points or enough hit points to be able to finish. And be like, well, kind of stuck. I'd rather spend the time now, make sure that we get a really good setup for it, and it's still going to be really tough. Like, there is no easy trips through there. Hey there, Wells. This is definitely how it goes. Getting stun-locked by Geist. That's what Ice Cave's gonna be like. We're gonna have undead out the wazoo. Gotta deal with the specters, the Geist, the images, and race, and hope that we never get paralyzed, because it is basically impossible to recover from that on the White Mage. Good news is we've got basically our 95% chance of running. Very, very good chance of escaping every time that we try it in combat. Running's busted in this game, so it's much easier to do than it was intended. Nope. Keep trying. Thank you very much, yellow number 5. We definitely need all the good wishes we can get for this vitality point, it seems. Another complication is just the fact that you have kind of some parts of the random number table that's more likely to be at because of using these AoE attack items. So the fact that I've gotten 11 sails and no savils makes me think it might not just be bad luck, but also because we're getting kind of steered into some particular values for the RNG table exiting the fight, which the RNG table from the battle is also used to do the level up calculations. Have we seen any Vs yet? We haven't looked at most of the ones that started with A, Mr. Penfold. So there could have been some Avils in there that we just didn't check. I've been basically resetting if it doesn't start with strength. Like that. Yeah, the RNG in general in this game is pretty interesting because it is so intricate, but at the same time, there are parts of it that are very predictable, like the fact that it's just a fixed amount of steps to the next encounter. Makes it really easy to do route planning for this game, or easier than a lot of other RPGs. Like, Dragon Warrior is frame-based for when the encounters take place, so good luck manipulating those. You need a lot of practice with frame-perfect movement, but also with trying out all the different combinations that you could potentially get for doing the battles. Whereas this game's a lot more forgiving for the walks. However, the in-combat RNG is just absolutely crazy. With a lot of stuff that is very much out of your control and very large ranges, so you can have extraordinarily bad results or good results. And that's something they kind of toned back in later Final Fantasies. So if you look in the even like the Super Nintendo era, the fights are simple enough that they get basically scripted in speedruns. Like, people have, here's the exact inputs you put in for the commands, and you'll always win the fight. Well, there's might be a very small percentage chance it goes badly, but you'll generally always win. And Final Fantasy 1 is total improv because just like the basic damage ranges of spells are like a factor of 4. Physical attacks are completely crazy because of the way the defense checks work. So you don't have any real consistent patterns that you can use that will guarantee you success. Ooh, strength, agility, intelligence, and another sail. We got sail again, number 12. You just all have to believe really hard in that perfect Savile there. And maybe one day it'll happen. One day. You could also try like the boat encounters, see if the different formations there give me any more interesting RNG entry points. Strength, agility, intelligence, and another sail. We got sail again. 13. Very evil level ups as well. At least they're not vile. We've had plenty of vile level ups in our time. There's some vile ale going around on these sailing ships. Dan's got vials of it. Interesting, ogres are starting to get really panicked by our levels. Monsters running away are based on the level of your lead character. So in this case, level 23, obviously much higher than you would be walking around this part of the world normally. So most of the fights here, probably around like level 18 to 20, you'll see the monsters begin to panic. By the time we're level 30 or so, they'll panic almost every single time. Right, strength, agility, intelligence, and another sail. 14 sails. Where is that 1 in 4 vitality point? S-A-I... sail number 15. I have plenty of boats, I assure you. We need no more sails. In fact, we're about to get the airship. If we can get past this level up and go to the ice cave. That'll open up so much more of the game for access. We got our pro rings finally. Another 8 defense for the White Mage. Go for the 1 in 16. It's the dream around here. It is the dream. I mean, you wouldn't believe it, but Savile is supposed to be 1 in 16 by itself, given the setup for this level. And I know some of the combinations are tough, like, because there's only a limited number of places you can be at in the RNG table. Getting every possible combination of stat-ups and HP gains and things like that is actually impossible. But this one should be possible. This one should have been very possible. I feel like the single monster ones are probably my best chance of seeing new parts of the RNG table. So I'll try and keep an eye on what our rolls look like for the Zeus Gauntlet on those. See if I'm getting the same rolls or different ones. Dan has broken a lot of laws, Nemo. Dan has broken all the laws. Right, yellow number 5. Have a good night there. Glad you enjoyed the show, and pleasant dreams. We will be back, probably for a couple of days, on doing our solo White Mage. Doing about 4 to 5 hours a night, every evening on this. Some Dragon Quest IV afterwards, and I would guess we've got a solid week to go on this playthrough before I get to the late game. Hey, Zarak. Welcome in, and thank you very much for the good wishes there. Dan requires them. Dan is in desperate need of some good luck here. Alright, let's let the RNG spin for a little bit. Every 2 frames you're in battle, and it's pulling the controller for inputs, it'll advance the RNG by 1. So pausing for up to 8.5 seconds will change things. Alright, strength, agility, intelligence, and luck. Wrong frame. We got the wrong frame. V became a letter in 1386. Well, I know we're at least 2,000 years into the future right now, so we should be good for our orthography there. But definitely a consideration when we go back in time, that we don't want to get any level ups in Temple of Fiends Revisited. Jackpot! Nice, Tempest Demon. Hope that your casino tokens are raining from the skies. Get some delay. Go ahead, see how this Zeus Gauntlet does. And do we get a Savile in here? S-A-I-L again. 17 sails. This is a really big sailing ship we are making for this level up. Hey, Katrankowski, we're gonna smooth sailing. I wouldn't say smooth, but there's definitely a lot of sailing going on. Unfortunately, we need the full Savile for this level. Sail is not good enough. Give it some delay, and let's try this. Do we have something new there? So that was 62 damage on that Zeus, and we get... no. We get a no. Hey there, Timothy Lamphere. Hope you're having a wonderful evening here. And enjoy watching a White Mage get humiliated by Geists. Geist really the only fight that is going to be even slightly difficult. And it's not because that what Geist is going to really have a chance of killing you, but because of the inevitable stun touches. Which is why we were really dreading the Ice Cave coming up. There'll be lots of those things inside there. Alright, 116. I think we've seen this one before. And it is just ale. Definitely liking the ones that let me see a single Zeus roll for the level up here. Get another one to try. Spinning, spinning, spinning. 110. Alright, that's different. And it is S-A-I-L. More sailing. More ale sales. It's our first level in a while we've had to really grind it out. We've had a couple of good ones in terms of luck in a row. So I feel like we're still doing decently for tonight's leveling. And ale. think it's because we're so close to level up, we can't do anything else besides finish this one off. So we just gotta level up in, like, the ice cave or wherever we decide to go. So this must be done before we can move on. Looking at the next one, level 24. Can be guaranteed intelligence and vitality. It's a strong level up. So you're looking for strength plus a very good HP roll. If you got strength and agility, I might take a mediocre HP roll, but I'm more interested in the HP than the agility in general here. So that one will be relatively straightforward. Probably able to go as good as a 1 in 12. Do you get RNG loops and level ups? Yes. It's one of the reasons why I'm trying to put delays into my inputs, Mr. Penfold, is so that I've got different moments in time where I'm doing the commands, and that'll give me different RNG results for the level ups afterwards. It's easy to do with only a single monster, though. Alright, S-A-I-L. Another sail there. Tiger Wolf. Give it some delay. And this one is a 116. We've seen 116s before, so it may not be new. And same as the last 116, looks like just an ale. A lot of them have been 62, 110, and 116 for the rolls. And since nothing here resists lightning, you're going to get the same amount for any of the monsters. Like, there's no adjustment to your lit 2 damage. So any value we get, regardless of which monster we get it on for a single monster, would give us the same results. So that killed all of them in one shot, which I don't remember seeing before. And no. S's, Shinobi, we need S's. And V's. Really, we just need the V's. I think the S's are mostly taking care of themselves, but we're getting close. If we get a V out there, rampaging tires at the Melmont Zoo. I'm surprised Melmont still has a functional zoo ever since the insurrection of 976. Most forms of entertainment have been outlawed in the town of Melmont. Okay, I think that was the same damage on the wolves, so let's try and get a different part of the RNG table. It'll lay there, and let's see what we get in this one. Nope. The no one's used an opossum tied to a tree. Tipa would be devastated to hear that, but it's probably true. I've got some concerns about that petting zoo that he's talking about. An S and a V, that's correct, not listening. And because A, I, and L are guaranteed, that means if we get the S and V, it's going to be a full saddle. Play for a little bit more bits, less bits, and go. Alright, 36 is new. Unfortunately, that doesn't kill the ogre. So we don't get any information from that one. And 41 is also new. Let's see what that gets us. S-A-I-L! Another sale. But a different value that prompted it. So clearly, in new regions of the RNG world. Have we ever seen a V at all? There have been past level ups where you've gotten Vs, Fred. I'm almost positive Vitality is functioning in this game. Perhaps not well. It is Final Fantasy we're talking about here after all, but I believe it is functioning. Yeah, persistence is something you have to do for any of these challenge runs, Eternal Tomato. I mean, Fighter, Black Belt, to some extent Red Mage, they're all simple enough. You're not going to have too much of a struggle with them. But Black Mage, White Mage, Thief, you have to have a ton of persistence just to get through every single stretch of the game. Like, there are no easy bits of those. Maybe middle game with Black Mage is not too bad, but they're overall very, very difficult ones to generally approach. And persistence is absolutely essential for advancing through. Alright, so 73 here. Let's see if we get a useful new value that we have not seen. 57 I think is new. And S-A-I-V-L, there we go. The full Savile has happened. All you have to do is demonstrate you are not giving up and wait for the game to crack. So there we go, we have our full Savile here. We're gonna see if we can do the ice cave now. It is going to be rough. It is going to be tough, and Dan, unfortunately, is not very buff. So it is a scary, scary place. We're gonna head in, see if we can manipulate the encounters enough to avoid some of the nasty stuff. But there's very few things which are completely avoidable here because the dungeon's so long. So I'll probably take a wizard fight at the start, because I've got the Ruse spell and the Zeus Gauntlet. It's relatively safe to do that. We'll get to see how the trap tile treats us. That trap tile is going to be necessary to do twice, and it is going to be a thing. So what just happened, Shadowno asks. So basically, those level ups are pretty tough to get what we consider a perfect level up. And we need perfect level ups so that the White Mage statistically has a chance to beat the game at level 50. If you had a higher level cap, you wouldn't need to be so fussy. But Final Fantasy has a very, very low level cap. So you have, at level 50, which is the maximum level, less than maximum hit points, and far from maximum strength or other attributes. So the White Mage, even with perfect level ups, is still struggling quite a bit to finish. And if you've got less than perfect, it gets harder and harder to the point where you're basically just relying on a instant death gimmick to beat the game. That's really, really tedious to try. Can we glitch exit onto the White Mage? I wish we could get exit, but I even more wish we could get Cure 4 and Fade. Those are the two spells that we really could use in this playthrough. Alright, house up, tent up. So I'm looking at Ice Cave here. We probably want to do First 2 battles gone. Reduce our starting cockatrice count. We'll still need 1 cockatrice mummy fight. We'll see how that goes. We did okay with cockatrices in the Earth Cave. So we have some hope of getting through this. Of course, Dan goes last just to show how awesome he is. Now we have the undead starting, and this is when things get intense. For doing a solo thief no class change, would not recommend that. People have done it. They've done solo no class change of all 6 character types. I've done everything except for the thief, which is this is number 5 here. We've done fighter, black belt, red mage, and black mage on stream. Now we get the white mage, and that's pretty much it. I think once we do this, we are probably done with this challenge series. Difficulty level goes way down with White Wizard, especially Cure 4. That is essentially 7,000 hit points worth of recovery. So what you could do is you just go into the Chaos Battle, you Cure 4 for a little bit, and you whack him with the Masmu, and hopefully he doesn't get to his Cure 4. But if he does, you could probably cycle him around. And if you really wanted to, you could do the strategies with the Bane Sword, and it might be 1 in 80, but with 7,000 hit points of recovery, you can probably get 40 or 50 turns on Chaos before you die. So only a couple trips down to be able to successfully get that. Alright, we got Frosted. Was hoping not to see that. Now we're just hoping to get our ruses up before Dan gets punched to death by this frost giant. 2 ruses, we should be safe, and I can go ahead and Zeus Gauntlet him the rest of the way. No Solo Thief Challenge. Well, we're definitely not doing it between Seasons 4 and 5 of Final Fantasy. Only have enough time to do 1 of these challenge runs before Season 5 starts. If I was going to do anything for working on things, I've got to keep polishing Dragon Warrior 4, and also get back into single segment Final Fantasy for speedruns of that. And there's the Frost Giant Frost Wolf. So definitely we want to leave here. We don't want to take the mage fight. We got the 6 ambush. Well, it's better to get the ambush the first time through than the second time. And we were close. We were close. Number 5 took us out. I'll let it go until we actually die here, because it's worthwhile trying to get out of the stun lock if you can. But unlikely. Only a 1 in 4 chance of paralysis wearing off each round. And done. Alright, give it another try. What item prevents stun? So anything that gives you fire resistance would prevent the monsters from stunning you. And by prevent, I mean everything always has a 3 in 256 chance to do whatever it wants. But the other 253 out of 256 times, fire resistance would block that stun touch. Normally, you'd have a fighter in here. And you can pick up the ice shield out of this cave and slap that on the fighter, and suddenly you got somebody in front that can basically block those. White Mage's got to wait until we have the ribbon to be able to be safe from that. Then Undead gets much, much easier to fight. is stun a fire damage check? Well, it's not that stun is a fire damage check. It's that the touch attack of the undead monster does a fire damage check to see if they're allowed to apply the ailment from their touch attack. So rather than checking what it's doing to you, it checks what the monster is for whether you can avoid it. Which is still crazy. But it's the reason why fire is there, not some other element type. It's like if you had an aquatic monster that was trying to touch attack you, then it would be most likely lightning that you need to be able to block in order to not have to worry about the touch attack. Here comes our Frost Giant. See if we get a lot of Frost Wolves again. No, this time we have no Frost Wolves. It's 0, 1, or 2 equal odds, so this time we just ruse up, not have to worry about getting frosted to death. Frost is a ridiculously powerful skill to have at this point in the game, which is why the Frost Wolves are very, very dangerous. But by the late game, Frost will be just a tickle, so you wouldn't have to worry too much about it if you had any type of resistances to ice. Dan goes last to assert dominance. It's not because he's dumb, because he's showing off. Also because he's dumb. Clearly Frost Giant's got pretty good accuracy if he can hit me through 2 ruses. I don't really want to take the time to do a triple ruse though at the start. I think they're still pretty unlikely to land those. There we go, one more. Alright, so healed up. Let's go check out our trap tile. Cross your fingers that we got something better than the last one. Well, not really. Let's see when Dan goes. Come on, Dan, take a turn, there we go. That 95% run rate coming in handy. Alright, so we have Frost Giant up next here. Another solo Frost Giant, which is nice. There is a Cockatrice Mummy fight. Would I take that over the Wraith fight down here? So Wraith, you'd worry about stun lock. They've only got 1 attack per round though, so could be okay-ish. Cockatrice is Stone Touch, so no chance of recovery. And there's equal numbers of Cockatrice and Wraith. Cockatrice Mummy also has the problem of mummies with Sleep Touch, potentially making you lose your turn for that round on top of that. Which is the least bad alternative. Looks like we have to spend some time up there regardless to avoid the mages on 2nd floor. Ooh. So we probably could avoid those just by the fact that we are gonna pop around to things quickly. I think I'm gonna take the Cockatrice over the Wraith. Let's see how much I regret that decision. Hey there, butt neighbor. Dan is definitely having something. He is 100% having something here. Want to provoke the Arbone. What if I want to do both Arbone fights here? To avoid Frost Giant on 3rd floor? Yeah, I think so. Wraith out of Stunlock, it's unlikely just because they hit so hard. Wraith hits for like 60. So you might have one chance to bust out a Stunlock. Alright, here we go. It is high time for the eye time. Try not to get baracked. That's fine. Guarantee doesn't work. Come on, Dan. Outspeed him. Physical attack, that's great. That is beautiful. Now you gotta outspeed him again, Dan. Outspeed him. Got him. Alright, our first touch of the floater. But we have to escape with it. And that is not gonna be an easy task. We still have that same trap tile downstairs to do. Let's hope it goes well again. The monster's striking first. A 9-monster ambush on the trap tile. At least it's a lot of images in race. But there's one specter. Dan gets away. Dan gets away. We're still in it. Should be an Arbone fight around here somewhere. There we go. Gurpeed versus Wraith. And really the question is, do I want a Wraith fight or a Wizard fight on the escape? Let's go for the Wraith. Neither is particularly good. And we don't know how many steps we have right now. We can make it to the stairs. Alright. We can make it past these two. We start paralyzed. We got paralyzed. It's the last battle in the dungeon. Last battle in the dungeon. And Dan doing what he does best. Failing at it. Come on, Dan. Made it through. Might not be the last battle. Let's heal up just in case. And done. The ice cave is complete. We've got the floater. We got the floater. Dan failed so hard, he wrapped around to success. Alright, so what I'd like to do is get my Pro Ring acquired. Don't have enough money for the Pro Ring plus the Oxiel, but we could perhaps persuade Bahamut to lend us some funds. Also should probably pick up my Power Staff at some point here. And the reason for doing these fights is just a little bit of extra cash along the way. Making it more likely that we will be in a good spot for it. Experience, we're pretty far away from the next level up, so I'm not worried about an accidental level up in the process of doing this. Let me check the exact amount we have to work with. Yeah, 11,000 left. Large, vast quantities of XP that we can give on this. Though Hydra probably not a great fight. So much Hydra damage. Congratulations, Tipo. Welcome back. You missed some good stuff. There was some tremendous White Maging that just took place. But hope you had a lovely time doing some Final Fantasy XIV here tonight. Welcome then, everybody joining in from Tipo's group as well. Yeah, so far tonight, we have killed Lich, we have completed Ordeals, and we have completed the Ice Cave just now. So I've got the floater in hand. I'll be able to grab the Pro Ring, probably grab the Oxiel in the same go, and maybe see if we can squeeze out one more level before the end of the night. We got level 24 coming up. Guaranteed I and V with a strong level up, so it's going to be a tough one. Gonna grab the ribbon as well. I don't think I need the ribbon immediately for the level, but we'll probably do that pretty soon for the waterfall trip. See, actually, waterfall... 10,000 XP to give. Probably actually safe to do that. But it's the world record for this category. I don't think anybody's ever sat down and timed it before, and Beyond Chaos. This might be the first timed completion. Alright, so gloves can go. Get rid of this other stuff that we're lugging around. There's our Pro Ring upgrade for Dan. Weapons that we can sell. I sort of raise some funds. Let's go ahead and vend that. Just trying to get enough cash here to buy the Oxiel for us, and then maybe do some White Mage shopping. We get over to Onrak. And we need the Power Staff, that's true. Thank you for the reminder. Can't keep forgetting this Power Staff. So I'm curious what this looks like. 2532 versus 1927. Alright, so basically an iron hammer with an extra ability on it. So that's not too fun. Tivo, thank you very much for gifting that sub there to Mr. Moogle 314. Mr. Moogle, thank you for joining us, and hope you enjoy the emotes and other subscriber benefits there. And Tipo, thank you very much for all the support. It is much appreciated. Just gonna grab everything here. Most of these chests are kind of bad. Ah, we got a soft potion. I'm gonna have a soft potion in my inventory. Oh, Tipo, thank you much for gifting another sub there to Ha Ha Ha. Great name. Who I also hope enjoys the emotes here. Reset the soft potion. It's okay. It'll be our soft potion of shame to commemorate the occasion when Dan opened up the wrong treasure chest. Alright, so yeah, just the far right one is the only interesting one here, it looks like. The remakes actually put some better treasures in Cardia, but NES, all the good stuff is in the third aisle here, which actually has 7 of the 13 boxes on it. The other two not worth even touching. Triple Rankolo. Well, no more soft potion for me. We are once again soft potion free. Problem has been solved by the Rankelos. Renji, thank you very much for the good wishes, and Melmont appreciates your complaints. It's not true. It's not a true statement at all. But I appreciate them. Thank you very much. I think this one over on the left side is nothing important. Yeah, 160. But everything else in there was pretty good cash. So let's go ahead. See if we can grab our Oxyel now. Get all set up for the Sea Shrine End. Possibly do the waterfall. The debate between waterfall and a level up right now. Kind of leaning towards level up. So we need to get a couple of those grinded out for the time being. Yeah, I think that'll be the better plan. We will go to Peninsula Power. Get level 24 done. 7 tents, 1 cabin, 7 houses. So we need some cabins on this walk up. Let's see, I don't think anything 7th tier white in this shop. Heal 3's at the other one, A-Rub's at the other one. Sadly, no Cure 4, no Harm 4. Rather have the Cure 4 to be honest, but I would take anything. Heal 3 is what we're going to be stuck with as our White Mage only 7th tier spell charge. What works in vanilla, Shaywolf? Just surprised anything works, that is true. It is often a surprise if anything in this game does function. But yeah, the Caravan is like that in the Famicom and NES versions. In the remakes, they took it out. They made the Caravan Square unlandable. But they did add something cool at the Caravan, which is once you bought the bottle from him, they'll start selling other items that have been added to the game. So you get these items called tonics, which will temporarily increase your stats for 1 battle. It doesn't sound like that would be all that great, but if you can dump a couple of HP tonic ups or MP tonic ups and then boost your strength and vitality, it actually does make a really big difference for survival. And there we go. Oxyel complete. We got that chunk at the end. Let us head to Peninsula Power. Or really anywhere in the Lufeni area. Now let's do real Peninsula Power. It's the authentic experience. Tent up and 10,000 to get into position for this. Okay, we're going for level 24, which is guaranteed vitality up, which is nice. No guaranteed strength, which is not so great, and it's a strong level up, which means we'll have a little bit of work to do to get our HP into a good range here. We'll see pretty quickly what the range is like first, and then we will start making some calls. I don't think that the agility point is necessarily worth the trade for lower HP, but it could be an interesting discussion, you know, if we get an SAIV and not quite the best HP, but a good HP, whether I would take that. And yes, I still don't have the power staff. I will get the power staff before we end the stream. Guaranteed. Against most of the things here, the Pro Ring isn't going to do much for us. 8 defense. I guess it helps on the troll. 24 damage reduction. Most things only have 1 attack, though, besides the trolls, so that is only 8 attack down. But it's still lovely to have that upgrade now. Alright, 3516. We've got 7,000 more to go. About 1,700 of it. Roughly 3/4 of an Agama, if you're being generous. 2/3 if you're not. there, Chubblekins, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend here, and ready to enjoy our solo White Mage, trying to get level 24. We have done many things today. Lich ordeals, and the Ice Cave among our accomplishments, but levels are still important. We have a long ways to go to max out our levels, and that will need to be done prior to entering into Temple of Fiends for the first time. So roughly, we should be doing 5 levels or so for each major chunk of the game that's left. You know, Waterfall, Sea Shrine, Mirage Tower, and so on, but I will probably rush those places a little bit, because having like the Mage Staff and Black Shirt and things like that will make it a little bit nicer for what I can do for my grinding. Being elementally compatible will speed up some of these encounters a bit. Alright, 5,000 to go. Dan may not be good at many things, but one of the things he is excellent at is his relationship with the ground, making sure that those white mages are entirely comfortable and resting. They're gonna come out of this adventure with the best sleep that they have ever had. Are we halfway there yet? Very close, Severed Matrix. We are almost exactly halfway in levels. We're a little bit more than halfway in storyline, although I think the levels are going to be the more difficult factor. Now, as for speed, could we do this in 36 hours? Maybe. Be a stretch, though. Really depends on how those level ups go. We got a lot of fast ones, then we could have enough time to finish the game in that amount. But I would still guess probably around 40 hours for my estimate now. Just grind those levels out, that's the intention. Thing is, we need to get our good stat ups on the levels. So just getting the experience is actually not that big of a deal. We have plenty of ways to get enough XP to get to level 50. Getting to level 50 with good stats, though, that is the tough part. Plus or minus 22 hours to go. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be minus 22 hours. I'm almost positive that it's going to be on the plus side. Hey there, Grenick V. Welcome in, and thanks for the good wishes there. We will need them on these level ups to come, of which level 24 is getting to be pretty imminent here. And this might put me into 24 territory. I don't know if I can safely take the triple Zombull fight without leveling. And unlike some monsters, there's no way to scare these guys off. And we get a level up, which first of all is S-I-V... Not taking it. Can't take that one. 384 for our level. 32 HP I think is still decent. I want to say 33 is possible at this level. That's too much. How much damage do I expect to do on Chaos with the White Mage with the Mazvoon? I am hoping that we get up to 400, but I'm thinking more practically it might be around 200. Which is kind of scary. All these triples. Give me a double. Looking for a double Zomble. Double Giant I think would be fine as well. Just can't do a triple or a quadruple. Which ordinarily would be great fights. Like, if I remember from the Black Mage playthrough, with fast, we were doing like 300 to 400 damage. We're not going to have the fast, so cut that in half. But for each of the 4 attacks, I believe we get an average of 7.5 additional damage on the White Mage compared to the Black Mage, so could be plus 30 from that factor. So in total, maybe we get like 230 or so. Depends. It'll be a learning adventure. And if it turns out to be grim, it'll turn into a learning Bane sword. Yeah, the Black Mage Eternal Tomato was definitely a thing on Chaos. It is a very, very hard fight. Even with perfect strength, getting all 49 strength points, you're still going to very much struggle in that battle overall. All right, 1758, we should be really close now. Yeah, 745 to go. So I can start doing this zone down here. Try and get some smaller encounters. So we're just getting as close as we can to level up without going over. And that way we'll be able to very quickly try small battles to get our stat ups. How is Dan pulling this precision fighting off? Sheer force. Alright, kind of concerning on the runs. Not a lot of other good locations I can go to. Maybe I could go to Crescent Lake. Get the Troll Bull Giant there. Those should be big enough to be reasonable XP and small enough, or I guess high enough level to not run away. Arachnid, Grimp, Gerwolf, Werewolf, those will all probably panic. I know Ogres are even panicking a little bit. Groger has been a rock, but regular Ogres might run. This time, though, they do not. Does not run end. That means, do we get a level up here? Unfortunately, yes, it is 385 IVL. So can't take that. Back to 745 away. You take more intermediate saves, it looks like. This would be a good one. Should have probably about 150 out of this. Stick around, Werewolf. There you go. No, Werewolf ran away. Alright. Still get one Werewolf out of it. Which is 171 closer. $195 for this guy. And a big enough pack that we will get a level up try here. I could scare the regular ogres off, just go after the Groger. But they might do that on their own. No assistance required. As these are random, there are some that are guaranteed, and that's not guaranteed has a 25% chance of going up. So this one's going to be a guaranteed intelligence point and vitality point. Strength, agility, and luck are all 25% chances. We get 383 with agility, intelligence, vitality. Interesting one, but no, not going to take that. Again, what I'd like to see, obviously I'd like to see all 5 going up with great HP as well, but realistically, SIV with good HP would be pretty nice, and SIVA with very okay HP would probably be acceptable. Police on the lookout, I think, for Dan 24/7. The Zeus Gauntlet only adding to his many crimes. This one is 383 AIV. So still basically in the same ballpark there. AIV again. Getting the exact same random value to start that off. Have to try putting some delays in. Move to a different part of the encounter table. So wait for a little bit. See if this shuffles it around. It might actually not even be enough with only the one werewolf. Let's find out. First of all, do we get a level up? No. Alright. Now we're super close for the save. Yeah, just 19 away. Anything that we can kill should put us over the top. That's 3 1/6 of an imp worth of experience there. Doesn't get much smaller than that. Now, if everything runs, we only get 1 XP, so that would not do it. But I think it's unlikely that everything runs away from some of these large packs before we get our Zeus Gauntlet going. And if some things run, it's actually a bonus. Makes the fight shorter. Alright, next try. What do we get? The level up is going to be 382 IV. It's got to be as low as it goes, right? Yeah, I think plus 30 is our worst HP up at this point. It might be 382, 387 the range. Uh-oh, girl, you better stick around. You better stick around for this. Our next try is going to be 383 IV. Guys, getting better every time with our increased magic defense. Less chance of stun touching. 380 IV. Alright, never mind. 380's got to be the worst we can get. So 380 to 385 in the range then. Touch Peninsula Power. It's the square you're walking from, not the square you're walking to. So since I was walking from the Peninsula Power line, we got the giant fight there. Which is obviously much slower than stomping on one arachnid. And we get 382 IV. 380 SIV. I'm not going to take it because it's got the worst possible HP up. But we did get our strength point there, which is what we were looking for. SIV 385, I think I would take. SAIV like a 384 maybe. Probably. Maybe even a civil 384. So it'll bend a little bit. It'll be a 1 in 24 chance of strength plus a maximum HP up at 382 IV. Go for the 385 Savile. You never know if it's possible. With 3 attributes to roll, 1 in 64, plus a 1 in 6 chance of your HP being good. That's beyond the number of combinations the RNG table can do in Final Fantasy. So, might be there, but it might not be. You might have absolutely 0% chance of that happening. So the fun thing is, really no way to tell. If you're doing a task, you could figure out, like, these are the possible combinations, but in real time, so often you're going to get the repeated ones, even if you did, 256 level ups to see what is out there. You'd probably get a lot of duplicates in that time frame. All right, 3D2 IV. I wonder if there's anywhere we could go that didn't have as many ambushes and would still be equally fast. We only need 19. I could do Provoke itself, maybe. Try that area there. You wouldn't have the Grimp werewolf fight unless you went south of Provoca. Creep should one-shot with Zeus Gauntlet. Mad Pony as well. Could be an interesting idea. 3D2 IV. Give it a little bit more time here before we bail. I'm gonna say let's go to 1840 on the clock. At least try and work on our level up for tonight. And then we can make plans if we don't get it by that time frame. I hope we do. Gives me quite a few more chances at it. $383 AIV. I think we've seen that particular combination before. Almost positive that's our third time with a 383 AIV. It's amazing that we're in, like, even the range of coming up with 400, which the Black Mage took forever to get to. We're going to be easily, like, 200 plus hit points over the Black Mage by the end of the game, which will be nice. 381 IVL. It's the first time I think I've seen that. I don't remember a critical hit the last time we had one of these packs, so it could be a new RNG value here that we're on. You're just looking for any patterns that looks different than a fight that you've done previously to see if you're at a new part of the table or not. 380 IV. Well, it may be a new part of the table, but it's not a good part of the table. That is your worst possible level up for 24 right there. Damn, I have the wrong grip. Wrong grip. At least it's a new combat pattern that we haven't seen yet. $383 SIV. It's not great. giving up 2 points of HP. We should be able to do that 1 out of every 8 level ups. And usually I try to force at least a 1 out of 16 when we can. So I think that's a good pass. 382 AIV. These are new though. Things that we have not seen yet. Both of those results are the first time we've had them. .384 Ivy. It has been a while since our last ogre fight. Interesting that they really clumped up in the encounter table there. Not normally a spot where we'd be typically seeing battles. We're really, really far into the encounter table right now. This one is 385 IV. Just needed the S. Okay, ogre sticking around. And spin this RNG table up a little bit, see if we got anything new. .382 AIV. No, we've seen that one. That one we have seen. Might be a different 382 AIV, but certainly the outcome has happened before. .380 SIVL. No. What am I looking for? So I'm trying to get basically the best level up you can. There's randomization in terms of which stats will increase, as well as at this level, how much HP you get. And because we've got a very difficult challenge with solo White Mage, we need to get pretty close to the perfect level ups. For this one, there's actually a lot of combinations that are good enough. I'm looking for a strength point, and I'm looking for decent HP. Around 384 to 385 would be good. It'd be nice if we also got agility plus luck, but strength is the most important one to see. .382 IVL. Hey there, Chris Ross. Hope you're having a good weekend here, and hope you're ready to watch Dan zap everything in the forest, looking for his level up. It'll happen. One day it'll happen. Now, did we get a new one here? It is 382 Ivy. Nope. In theory, should be a 1 in 12 chance of getting a good enough level up. We've seen a close one. SIVL 380 has been our best one. 380 SAIV. Lose 5 HP, but get an agility point. I don't think that's good enough. That's now our closest one. SAIV is better than SIVL. But 380 is still the worst possible HP up. So hopefully you can get strength, agility, intelligence, vitality, and a 383 or better. I'd probably take that. It's debatable how much value that agility point gives, whereas the HP is a lot clearer. In terms of, there are times we're going to very nearly die. 381 AIV. Finally getting some speed agility. Yeah, the Zeus Gauntlet really significantly speed things up. That was a big part of the reason why I wanted to try and get ordeals done as early as possible, which in turns meant getting lits done as early as possible. Black Mage didn't have to worry about this because you had Fire 3 and Lit 3 prior to Lich. Ice 3 is the only one that's blocked off. You don't really need Ice 3 other than it's helpful on the giant fights up at Peninsula Power. But White Mage, absolutely essential. Getting some type of AoE here. 381 AIB. Alright, we'll give it one more minute. And then do some Dragon Questing tonight. Dragon Questing also has some grinding in it. Gotta grind prior to Balzac and Keelian in the DS version. I got some ideas about some things I can do there. I can also try and get the Hourglass of Regression, which is something you don't normally pick up in the NES speedrun. It'd be fun to play around with that thing. 385 AIVL. Ah, so close, so close. Just a strength off. We will get the Power Staff. I will do that. What are the odds of getting all these level ups organically? Well, some of them may not be possible, Laser Lance. So I don't know, like, if you could even get perfect all the way. I'm pretty sure you can't, in fact. But in terms of, like, the good enough ones, usually I'm settling for a 1 or 16 or better on every level up. So we'll see how those go overall. Gonna get into the other on-use items in Dragon Quest IV. We'll see what we need. Really, I'm just playing around with that Hourglass as a way to potentially make the metal grinding better. Because if you get a bad metal fight, you can rewind it and try a second time. And that's an advantage the NES does not easily let you do. So it'd be kind of cool to have that. Alright, last try. 3D3 IVL. Alright, so we didn't get our level up yet. We're gonna go grab the Power Staff because the people demand it. And then I will save for the day and switch over to Dragon Quest IV here in just a minute. In we go, Power Staff grab. So it's Power Staff, Falchion, and what is the last item that I normally don't care about? I think it's like an Iron Gauntlet or something. Might be an Iron Helmet. Pretty sure it's a fighter gear piece. There's the Falchion. There's the Iron Gauntlet. Was the Gauntlet. And there is our Power Staff. No soft potions. I'm safe there. I'm unlikely to accidentally get any more soft potions for the rest of the game. Just that one place in Cardio, which I think I've done before. I'm almost positive that's not the first time I've had that happen. No, Dan! Please quit crashing the town. I understand your deep hatred for civilization, but it is not worth the collateral damage. Okay, there's Falchion down. Get rid of this gauntlet that we don't need. And let's get restocked on heals. Picked up some cabins back at Gaia, so those should be in good shape. Don't really need tents, to be honest. We're going to switch over to full-time cabining. And if we need to get additional save game items, those are pretty easy to pick up. Onrak and Gaia both have cabins in the first slot, which is even faster than doing tents in this town. We do not litter the countryside, thank you very much, Zorak. We do properly burn the cabins to the ground after each use. It's not hygienic to reuse buildings. Like, seriously. You go into them once, you sleep, and then you burn it down. We needed 45 heal potions to start with. Trying to roughly count, we are getting pretty close to being done here. One heal potion at a time, as nature intended. None of this buy 10 stuff. There we go. Heal potion capacity has been reached. Let's go ahead, save our game here, and then switch on over to some Dragon Quest IV. That is where we pause. 18 hours, 44 minutes, and 18 seconds into our White Mage playthrough. Still working on